Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Deku Fell in Love with Nejire? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He was late. That wasn't anything new, he was late more often than not. During his stay on island he had been late to class just about every single day. It wasn't always his fault. Sometimes something exploded, other times he simply got distracted. But today it was his fault. He had slept through his alarm and now he was late. On the first day of his new job. His dream job. The job he had desired for years. Ever since he finally accepted that he couldn't be a hero. But that didn't mean he couldn't help others become better heroes. He was late for his first day of teaching at UA. And he was losing his mind. How on earth could this happen? Sure, he had been freaking out last night and spent perhaps a bit too much time trying to make sure that his lesson plan was absolutely perfect, and he woke up at his desk and wait. He paused, the gate to UA was visible and closed tight. But that wasn't important. But the important thing that was important at this very moment was what he held his entire lesson plan. His all-might 2 terabytes flash drive that he kept on the lanyard that David had given him his first year at Island U. It wasn't around his neck. Not in his pockets. His pass was there and so were his keys. But not the lanyard. He grabbed his bag, spinning it around his shoulder. The shock gauntlet that Melissa had made for him was at the top, and a variety of other gadgets, papers, a datapad, a laptop, old granola bar. But no flash drive. At least not the one he was looking for. He was late, unprepared, and he probably didn't look exactly professional. His tie was sloppy, his shirt untucked, and his sweater vest wasn't aligned. And his socks weren't matching. No doubt Melissa and David would be laughing their asses off if they saw him. He should have stayed on island. Wait, no. Sure, he might have had David's offer to be a research assistant to complete his master's, but he looked up, seeing the glass towers of UA. His heart swelling with purpose. This was where he needed to be. This was where he could do the most good. He looked at the closed gate. But I can't do anything if I'm late. He sprinted towards the security gate. Maybe if he knocked they'd let him in. Wait, the press was there. Did something happen recently? It was only a few days after summer vacation. Did word get out of a new teacher in the middle of the school year? CRP, that's what he gets for being late. He looked at the security wall. Maybe if he was lucky the alarms wouldn't go off since he had a pass. It was high, but he should be able to climb it with something in his. There it was. As to why he had a grappling hook in his bag, was probably best explained by why Melissa saw fit to make a grappling hook and place it in there. It looked like an umbrella. He walked up to the wall and breathed, holding up the grappling hook with both hands. Sheesh, I wanted to become a hero, now I'm starting to feel like a spy out of a movie. All on my first day on the job. Fantastic. He twisted the top and aimed it at the wall, then pressed the power button. A thin green string shot out from the canister and latched on near the top of the wall. It looked slimy, glistening in the morning sun like dew on the grass. He pressed another button and the grappling hook flew out of his hands and stuck to the wall. For the next 5 minutes, he jumped trying to reach the gadget, not even getting anywhere close to it. Apparently, while a handheld grappling hook was more than possible, holding onto it was the strong part. In hindsight, it probably would have dislocated my shoulder or something. Speaking of dislocated shoulders, a gruff growl of a voice drew his attention behind him. Behind him stood one of the most intimidating heroes at UA, a hulking man with a wild mane of blonde hair and a bestial appearance, his mouth covered by a muzzle, Ryo Inu, hound dog. The school guidance counselor. Why are you trying to break into the school? Oh? No, I'm not trying to break in. Well, the thing is, he dug through his bag, pulling out his pass. I'm the new teacher here. Izuku Midoriya. Ryo growled, glaring at the pass. You know the door's open if you have one of those, right? Oh, his arms fell. I did not. You know you're late. Yes, I know. Well, yes, but your fly is also undone. Today was so not his day. There was so much that she wanted to know. Why was Izuku-sensei giving them a quiz? Would they be graded on it? Why didn't he have his own class? Why were they getting a new teacher right after summer vacation? What was Quirk theory? Why were they late? Nijire gave a small yawn, spinning her completed quiz around on the table. They haven't even had hero training today and she was already tired. She was far too used to summer vacation and sleeping 12 hours every day. She really needed to be well rested to use her quirk later. It was actually kind of strong to pay attention in class. Izuku looked comfortable in his yellow sleeping bag. Maybe he wouldn't mind if she just took a quick nap while the others finished their tests. With another yawn, she spread out onto her desk, pressing her cheek against it. Yep, she could sleep like this. She'd need all the energy she could get for hero training. Maybe she should become the sleepy hero Starlight. Nijire? Aizawa's sharp voice prevented her from closing her eyes. His own dead, tired and sleep-deprived eyes glaring at her as he sipped some kind of a juice pack. How could someone look so comfy but be so grumpy? No sleeping in class. Ah, come on, sensei, one of her fellow 2B classmates said loudly. It was Nighteye, the dog-faced boy that was one of the better students in their class. Despite his hyena-like face and annoying habit of laughing like one, his quirk was that he could move fast enough to run on water. Nijire needs to rest up so she doesn't end up passing out using her quirk again. Half the class laughed or snickered at that, leaving her cheeks burning. It wasn't like that happened every time, just a few times. Like the sports festival. Twice. If only her quirk didn't use up so much energy. Hey, back off. Mirio, the tall, nice blonde nice guy that would stand up for anybody, that sat 2 desks back from her, said. She wants to be a hero just like the rest of us? Nighteye cackled. And what are you going to do about it? Fall out of your clothes again. Pointing out that he tripped 3 times during the relay race event would only make him angry and would result in more teasing. He wasn't even an interesting person. He was just a JRK. The door opened, and in walked a lanky, plain-looking guy with freckles on his face and a head full of messy green hair that was haphazardly pulled into a ponytail. His shirt was a white button-up that was partially covered by his sweater vest. A large black messenger bag was hanging off his shoulders. After being at UH for a year, she had forgotten what a teacher was actually supposed to look like. Sensei, the green-haired man bowed deeply at Aizawa. I'm sorry I'm late, he stuttered, clapping both hands over his head. Thank you for covering me. Don't thank me yet, Midoriya, Aizawa growled, finally stepping out from his sleeping and glaring at their new teacher. I don't tolerate tardiness, and it's not something you should either. That said, I will be the teacher evaluating you going forward. Right? Midoriya sensei clapped his hands again and stood straight, shoulders back, looking proud. Then he looked towards them, his shoulders fell and his posture crumbled. His mouth moved but no words came out. Aizawa coughed. Right, he said loudly, resetting and marched towards the whiteboard. The marker screeched as he spelled his name on the board, both in kanji and English. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I will be your instructor in quirk theory and applications. He turned towards them, blinking for a moment before digging into his bag once more. A moment later he sighed and put the bag back, a small frown on his face. Right then, I suppose I should explain what exactly that is, unless anybody has any questions first, or should I save that for the, where are you from? How old are you? Why are you teaching us? She asked, all but jumping out of her seat. What should we call you? Oh, Nejire Hado, right? He asked, nodding to himself before she could respond. Your quirk is called wave motion, right? And you can use your own energy to produce powerful blasts? Huh? If she could hit anything? Nighteye snickered. To answer questions, I'm local, but I studied at Island for a few years. I'm 21 years old, and I'm teaching you to help you make a difference in the world. He shrugged, turning back towards the board, writing down what looked like a lesson plan. And you can call me Midoriya sensei. Is there anything? Is that your hero costume? One of her classmates asked. What's your hero name? Another asked. What's your quirk? She joined in, raising her hand. He was so young for a teacher. He was around 3 years older than her. That was so cool, and quirk theory sounded exciting. Oh, his nervous smile vanished and he rubbed that back of his, looking sheepish. I don't really have any of those things. I'm not a hero, and I don't have a quirk, he shrugged. I'm just a quirkless guy that likes quirks. What the heck's, one student shouted. Izuku Nighteye pointed at him with one hand open. What on earth can this quirkless nobody teach us about being a hero? Midoriya sensei looked down, turning his attention to his bag once more. Aizawa glared at the obnoxious punk. You, Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya-sensei interrupted, his voice was firm. Let me handle this. To answer your question, I'd like to use Aizawa-sensei as an example. You see, when you fight against him, you specifically are quirkless. Indeed, if you're not a mutation type, chances are if you fight Aizawa-sensei you're going to lose. Izuku looked up, pulling out a few stacks of books. One half of quirk theory is to help you analyze quirks that might cause you problems, or even quirks that won't cause you any problems. The other half is he pulled out a few more notebooks. They were all fresh and clean. Understanding your own quirk so that you can improve upon yourselves and become the best you can be. And how are you supposed to do that? One student asked. You don't know anything about our quirks? Midoriya-sensei. Aizawa stepped forward, a serious scowl on his face as he stressed that word as though to remind them that they should be showing him so much more respect than they have been. Has forgotten more about quirks in 4 years than you will ever know. If you cared half as much about your own quirk as he cared about any quirk, you might just make a halfway decent pro. Midoriya-sensei's cheeks went flushed, and his fingers drummed over the edge of the podium. His eyes locked onto the notebooks as he sucked on his lip. He took a short breath and looked right at them, before closing his eyes for a long time. For someone with a relatively basic quirk that just makes you strong, makes you faster. With simple stuff like that, I suppose that understanding your own quirk isn't really that important. Besides, he drummed his fingers and slapped his hand on the podium, before turning to pace in front of the white board. It's your quirk, right? Who would know it better than you? So why should you listen to me? I don't even have my own quirks, so how could I ever help you understand yours? Midoriya-sensei turned and looked at them all. The fidgeting he had shown earlier was all but gone as his hands were balled into tight fists. But I think that I should be able to show it to you. So let's skip to the practical portion for today, and I'll show you why not only understanding your own quirk but your opponent's quirk as well can make a difference. The gymnasium should be free right now. Aizawa huffed his shoulders. A small smile cracked on his face that looked nothing but creepy. I look forward to seeing the results. In a few minutes, they were dressed in their gym clothes and standing in one of the planar gyms with only a few concrete walls acting as obstacles on otherwise flat ground. She stood near Mirio and Tamaki. Really, aside from Yuyu, they were her closest friends and she wasn't in the hero class. Aizawa-sensei stood near the door, arms crossed, still looking like he was ready to expel them at the drop of a hat. And she really wanted to know if they were going to be graded on that quiz. But asking him was kind of scary. Midoriya-sensei stood, still dressed exactly how a teacher should be dressed, smiling meekly at them. The confidence he had early was all but gone. Sensei, she held up her hand. What are you going to show us? He jumped, looking around and flexed his fingers once more. Well, he took another breath. Right then. Hi Aizawa, your quirk is speed right, and you placed 3rd during the sports festival, correct? Yeah, that's right, Hi cackled, one hand rubbing his snout. Nice to know you've done your research, sensei. He spoke that last word mockingly. I spent the summer researching and analyzing all of your quirks, even calling in your sponsors from both years. Midoriya-sensei nodded, before gesturing towards his side. Why don't you come first? I want you to pick your opponent, preferably someone that you know you'll beat. Hots the hyena-faced JRK barked. I can beat a slowpoke like Nighteye every day of the week. He wasn't really wrong. He could move faster than her wave blasts if she could even fire one before he got to her. Midoriya-sensei clapped his hands, smiling brightly. All right then, Nighteye, please come on over here. She wanted to protest, to try and get someone else to do this. But she was one of the people to ask him what his quirk was. She really needed to work on being more sensitive with her questions. Mirio pushed on her back and she stepped forward, turning back to see him give her a thumbs up. Okay, sensei. She might have dragged her feet heading over to him, biting her lip as she stared at Nighteye. She was so not ready for a sparring match right now. Even her stomach was roiling, making the room spin. If she unleashed too strong of a blast, she'd probably pass out. But there was no backing down. She stood next to Midoriya-sensei and flopped her arms. What am I supposed to do? The objective will be to knock the other person on the ground first. I'd rather not have recovery girl mad at me on my first day. A few students chuckled at that. He gestured away from where Nighteye was standing and walked with her the rest of the way. Is it okay if I whisper in your ear? She nodded and he leaned in close, his arm hovering over her shoulder like he was trying to keep others from seeing them. He was so close. His quirk isn't really speed, he can only travel in a straight line, and anything that's more than a few inches difference can cause him to trip. He also has problems slowing down. His quirk might just be something closer to linear acceleration. I don't know, it's really interesting how it works because he always looks for where he's going to go. It could be something, sensei, she said, looking him in the eyes. I think you're mumbling. Oh, sorry. He placed a hand over his mouth to hide his smile and his blush. I really like quirks. It was kind of cute how excited he got about them. So, what do I do? She asked, keeping her eyes focused on him. Even if I know where he's going to be, I can't hit him, he's too fast. You're not going to hit him. His smile only grew. You can channel your quirk into your feet, right? Yeah, she nodded. It's harder to aim, but it's just as easy as my arms. She could really do it from any part of her body, but a stomach wave was kind of strong to aim. Alright, right at the start, channel a big blast directly into the ground. She had no idea how that was going to do anything. Well, it was going to be quick no matter what she did. Are you ready? I think so. Right then, Midoriya Sensei backed away, holding one hand up in the air. First, one to knock the other on the ground wins. This will be easy. Nighteye taunted, popping his shoulders and stretching his legs. She nodded, taking a breath and focusing on her legs. Just channel a big blast into the ground. That should be easy. She was good at hitting the ground. Was it cheating that she was already gathering energy to use in her quirk? Hopefully this would go well. 3, 2, 1. Begin. She closed her eyes, releasing the energy pent up in her legs. First, the ground cracked, then the wind blasted her in the face. Then she found herself weightless. She opened her eyes to find herself 5 feet off the ground. A sudden sense of vertigo overtaking her, like her blood sugar had just dropped to 0. She used too much power. She could barely move her arms. But she could scream. She shrieked for half of a second as she began to fall back towards the ground. Nighteye, she heard Mirio and a couple of others call out to her. This was going to hurt. I got you. Somebody caught her, breaking her fall into 2 stages, crashing into him, and then both of them crashing onto the ground, mostly unhurt. Are you okay, Nighteye? She opened her eyes, finding herself awkwardly across the now prone Midoriya Sensei, who was halfway under her. She pushed herself up, arms trembling and feeling rather cold. I'm not hurt. Just tired. Right, sorry. He got up, helping her up in the process. Forgot your quirk uses your own energy. But hey, you won. That woke her up. She blinked, focusing on the ground. A perfect spiral of concrete had risen out of the ground about a foot at the center and tapering off at the outside edges. And on the other side, pushing himself up off the ground, was Nighteye, his knee bloodied. I won. She asked, looking at Midoriya Sensei, still holding onto his shoulders. She tripped him by making the ground uneven with her own quirk. Why didn't she think of something like that? Her new sensei nodded, smiling at her. I knew you could do it. You have a really amazing quirk. You just need to train it. I'm reducing the size of your class, Izawa said the moment they entered the teacher's lounge. He stopped in his tracks, the door sliding to a stop. What? Was it that bad? Most of the students that followed his advice had come out on top, or at the very least performed marginally better than they had in previous matches. But this wasn't just something that could be shown with just a single day. He needed more time. I need more time, sensei, please. You know how long it takes to make a difference. It's too soon to. This isn't about making a difference, Izawa muttered, sitting at his own desk and pulling at a binder. This about training you. I had a feeling that you were too young to handle so many students at once after never teaching a day in your life. I've given lectures to Island University students, not heroes in training. He had half a point at Island. The worst he ever got was someone snickering at bad grammar or something equally mundane. Izawa looked at him, pulling out a pen and opening up one of the binders. I don't have a class of my own this year. Instead, I'm trying to make certain that your class is worth something. Personally, I think that it is. But I also think that 30 students is out of your skill range. Now, let's discuss what students would benefit most from your class. He took a small breath, taking the seat next to Aizawa and looking over the roster. A smaller class would help him teach. Sensei, I promise that in the next sports festival the top 3 places will be held by my students. A wild smile grew on Aizawa's face. I look forward to seeing the results. His class is so amazing. In the lecture the other day, he was able to answer all of my questions. I don't even remember all of his answers, but I can tell you that of the types of quirks, mutations types tend to be the weakest, but also among the most reliable kind. They also tend to pass down. That's probably why I have blue hair, or why some people have weird heads. Nijire hummed to herself, taking a bite of the school lunch. As always, the food here at UA was just the best thing ever, especially because it was her best chance to hang out with Yu. It's quirk analysis, right? Yu asked, raising her pierced eyebrow. Her hair this month was a shifting blue to pink color that just looked great on her. That really sounds like something that the support classes or even the general classes would need more than the hero course. Mirio coughed, sitting upright at their table, his back straight, the muscle he'd been putting on showing as he moved his arm like he was a robot. There's actually a lot that us in the hero class can learn from him. It's only been a few days, but I feel like he'll be an even better teacher for me than Sir Nighteye was. If that was true, Tamaki grumbled, poking at his lunch with a disgusted look on his face. It was chicken. A chicken-hearted boy like him should love it. Then why did they cut the class size by half? And why didn't the top students stay? Right? Yu nodded, holding a bit of rice and pointing it at her. Her voice was low and harsh. I think a few people have started calling it the remedial class. That he was hired because most of the 2B students didn't do well in the sports festival. Because they kept arguing with Midoriya sensei. Besides, he's still new to teaching. It's his first year. And he was so young, easily the youngest teacher in the school. Wait, was Nizu young? What was a hamster bear's lifespan? And really, they have to spend 2 whole hours with Aizawa sensei. I'd much rather be with Midoriya sensei. Yu's face twisted into a frown. Still, doesn't it sound kind of just odd or something? Nope, the most challenging part of teaching was actually acquiring all of the equipment he needed in order to train his students in the practical portion of his class. While it still stung that he wasn't good enough to teach a full class, there were a lot of benefits to having a smaller class size. Such as students that were more than eager to listen and ask questions in class. And he was able to go all out in personal training routines designed for targeting his students' weak points and pushing them to their limits. The damage Nijire's quirk had done to the gym floor had been repaired the next day, and all of the equipment he had asked for was either set up or stored nearby. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he drummed his fingers along his clipboard. This was it, this was what he had been dreaming of. It was time to take a theory and test it, to turn it into something useful and show the world that they had so much more they could learn from. Sensei Nejire Hado, the long blue-haired female student, bounced up next to him, a brilliant smile on her face. You're mumbling again. Oh right, thank you Nijire. He stood straight and turned to his dozen or so other students, all standing in the gym uniforms and waiting for his command. All right. I know many of you have been eager to get out and see what the practical portion of the class entails, and I'd like to thank you all for waiting. I'm sorry it took so long for me to gather the materials. Maybe you should stop sleeping in so much, sensei. One of his female students shouted. You were late again this morning. And he was caught again, his cheeks burned, and he turned away from them looking at some of the equipment, only to see Nijire still standing just a bit too close to him and staring right at him. Right? Well, I'm not here to teach you about punctuality. He turned on his feet, trying to ignore how close Nijire was to him, and pointed towards one of the walls. A set of automatic pictures were set up and aimed at a wall with a tarp placed nearby. I am here to teach you how to better understand your quirks. He turned back towards his class. Many of them looked like they didn't want to be here. A few looked at him with curiosity, and a few with respect. They were grading him as well. He needed to earn their admiration. That meant going even further beyond the duties of a teacher. Quirks come in many shapes and sizes. Some quirks are easy to use and easy to see the raw power behind them. Other quirks are more subtle, weird, or just don't seem that great. But with a great deal of creativity and training can push you beyond your limits. A good example of this is the current rank 4th pro hero Best Jeanist. His quirk manipulating threads doesn't sound that powerful, but through training and creative uses he has made his quirk one of the most powerful and versatile in Japan. He breathed, he had all of their attention, especially Mirio, who was pumping his arms in excitement. He might be biased, but he was eager to start working on his quirk, his and Tamaki's as well as Nijire's. But they needed to work strong. They all did. The goal of my class is to help you develop your quirks, so that you can become a better hero. But I can only go so far. Most of the work will be done by you. And it will be strong. But as aspiring heroes you should be used to strong work, right? Yes, sir, Mirio shouted, pumping his arms and smiling at him. It was strong not to like such an enthusiastic student. The others nodded, their faces showing the same determination that got them to where they are now. Alright then, start by running around the gym until I call your name. I'll need to explain what I think a few of you should do, so be patient until then. Yes, Sensei Mirio, you're up first. The large blonde student strutted over to him, eagerly bouncing on his feet. What's my training today, Sensei? It's going to be about the speed and reaction time of your quirk. He led him over to the automatic pitchers. They were modified by the support class and were close enough to what he wanted. Still, back at Island Melissa probably would have made him something fancier. He stopped at one of the buckets placed near one of the machines, pulling out a blue ball and a red ball, each about the size of an apple. Your goal is to catch the blue ones while letting the red ones pass through you. Oh, that's clever, Sensei. Mirio clapped his hands and reached down into one of the buckets and squeezing one of the ball. But what should I do if they aim for my legs? Should I dodge? I don't want the class to see my willy any more than normal. Willy? He pointed towards the tarp. That's what that's for, that way you can practice in privacy. Excellent, I'll set it up right away, Sensei. Mirio saluted him and ran over to the tarp, eagerly figuring out how to set it up. I'd start off with one at a time until you get into the swing of things. 3 minutes later, and he heard all 3 pitching machines going at full speed and the occasional grunt from Mirio. Well, he was a UH student after all. He didn't have a unique training for each student. Some were just using their quirk to hit a moving target, others worked in pairs. For someone like Tamaki, he just had him use his quirk over and over again in different ways. Others were similar, after all, there was only so much planning he could do for their quirks, and a lot of it just came down to practice and strong work. Sensei Nejire bounded up next to him, somehow still managing to have the energy to smile. That wouldn't last long. What's my training? I'm the last one, right? I bet it's going to be super awesome or something that I never would have thought of. He tried not to smile. Well, your quirk uses your own endurance and stamina, right? Yep, if I use it too much then I get really sleepy and hungry. She placed her hands on her knees and taking a great couple breaths while panting. Right, I saw your fight at the sports festival. Her face turned red, so that it clashed with her light blue hair. Her smile vanished as she sucked on her bottom lip. Not my best moment. No, but it does show you what you need to work on. He moved towards where most of the gear he had asked for was piled on. There are many different ways to train endurance. I'd normally try to have you use your quirk to build up your skills with it while also increasing your endurance, but it sounds like your quirk wears you out too fast for that to be effective. He dug into one of the boxes, pulling out a large weighted backpack that was absolutely perfect. As to why there were a dozen of them, he hadn't the slightest clue. So, he saw Nejire flinch as she looked at the bag, somehow looking even more tired than normal. What exactly am I going to be doing? You're going to run. He smiled, helping her put the bag on. A lot, at least until you're able to continuously use your quirk well enough to train with it. Her shoulders slumped when the full weight of the bag hit her. Midoriya-sensei, thank me later, now get running, Nejire. A whole month of running and she had almost nothing to show for it. She didn't even lose any weight. If anything, she'd gained 2 pounds. Midoriya-sensei's class sucks. She half whined while kicking her feet and flailing her arms before falling back down onto the table to glare at her half-eaten food. Eat not enough and she'd pass out or have to go to the nurses. Eat too much and she'd have to puke. Then after class, she'd be so tired and hungry she'd go eat the biggest bowl of ramen she could find twice. Yu hummed, poking at her own lunch. Yeah, you guys haven't been looking well since you started his training. Is it even helping? I can grow gills, Tamaki mumbled, his eye twitching. Last night, I forgot what my eye looked like and accidentally left it as a bird eye all the way home. He poked his food again. I'm worried I'll lay an egg eventually. Nonsense, where's your heroic spirit? Mirio slammed a hand onto the table, his smile only outclassed by his most recent black eye. I can feel it, Midoriya Sensei's training is going to pay off. I can already phase through things much faster than before, and his ideas for how to train. My quirk are interesting. Lucky for you, she muttered, blowing a strand of her hair out of her face. I've just been running and cycling. I haven't used my quirk in his class since the first day. I'm sure if you asked him for something different he could figure something out. Yu shrugged, pushing a strand of her now green hair out of her face. Isn't he some kind of an egghead or something? I tried that. He said I could also start swimming or dancing after class. I think he thought I was asking to do more. Even if both of those things would help her, and did sound fun, after class she barely had enough energy to do her homework. Adding on dancing or even swimming to that would just break her more. She felt Mirio slap her on the back. Come now, Nejire, you can do this. You like his lecture, right? Yeah, she huffed, sitting upright once more and rolling her shoulders before poking at her food once more. I'm still going to give it my all. Even if it was just running all day. The gym that Midoriya Sensei had basically taken over had begun to earn the nickname, the playground, largely because of all the various toy-like equipment that was being added to it. From a rope course to a climbing wall, there was something to challenge every quirk. Except for her. Nejire sighed, staring at the heavy-weighted backpack she had been wearing every day for the past month. It felt heavier than before, almost like Midoriya Sensei had been increasing the weight when she wasn't looking. At least she didn't have any back pains yet, no matter what you said. Well, she might as well get started. Everybody else had already started their own cool or interesting quirk training. Why couldn't she be doing target practice or something like what Mirio was doing? Nejire Midoriya Sensei smiled at her like he wasn't SLV driver. Technically he wasn't, he never made them run, but there was just something about him that made her want to give it her all. She put the backpack on and sighed. Yes, Sensei, I'll start running. What? No, I thought you were sick of that, but if you want to run. She turned, sprinting towards him with more force than she thought possible, nearly tripping over her own feet to stop next to him. He was standing next to a set of stacked plastic platforms that were probably a meter wide and half as long. What? No, I'll do it. What's the training? He slapped one of the platforms, smiling ear to ear. Somehow, despite being their teacher for a month, he still looked mildly sloppy, but it suited him. At the very least he changed shirts every day. Today was a soft purple that mixed well with his green hair. I want you to get on top of this. She placed her foot in one of the braces and used her arms to push herself up. She felt tall for once standing on top of the platform. Then she flopped her arms, looking back down at Midoriya Sensei. Now what? Get down and do it again, this time without your arms. Am I supposed to use my teeth? Come on, Nejire, you're one of my smartest students, you should be able to figure it out. She blinked, then hopped down onto the ground, and stared at the platform. Her heart was racing as she felt its height. The top was CHST level with her, but didn't she go much higher when she fought against Nighteye? She didn't need to crack the concrete, and she didn't need to go that high, but she did need to go forward. She pushed out of her feet and took off, just a foot off the ground and away from the blocks. That's the idea. Midoriya gave her a cheerful laugh, rubbing the ground with his foot where she had just been standing. Do you think you'll need some padding for when you fall? Maybe. She pushed herself off the ground. But I don't plan on falling for very long. She launched again, this time going much higher, too high and forward, too far forward, and crashed into a wall. Midoriya Sensei was there to help her stand back up. Don't try for speed just yet, try to use your quirk to steer in the air as well, give yourself a lot of time. Once you can land on the blocks, then we can try and work on speed. She took his hand and stared at him for a few moments, her heart racing as she stood captivated by his smile. This is a great idea, Midoriya Sensei. Being able to use my quirk to jump will make me not such a slowpoke. He gave a soft laugh, taking his hand away from her and marking something down on his clipboard. Jumping. Nejire, I think that with a lot of practice you'll be able to fly and float like a fairy. That idea, that one promise, made the entire last month of running instantly worth it. The momentum of her wave kept her stuck against the vertical wall, the mats on the ground eagerly waiting for her to hesitate and fall. They barely helped the fall. Her sweat-soaked palms and bare feet pressed against the coarse fabric that covered the platform, a recent addition after a few too many splinters, crashes, and bruises from the usual wood. This one was the easy one, just a straight shot from the last platform. Now she needed to dodge a padded wooden beam that was blocking her direct path. Nighteye let out a breath. The force that was keeping her pinned to the wall was fading and she needed to act before gravity won. And she added yet another faceplant to the floor. She pushed off just like pushing off the wall at the pool. If only it wasn't November, or if UEH had a heated pool, they should have a heated pool. She shot under the wooden beam, then shot a wave out forward and downward at the same time. It sent her more up, but also backward, forcing her into the beam strong enough to knock the air out of her. She caught onto it with one arm just long enough to help her fall to the floor, not completely SEK. To her disappointment, she landed on her feet. If she had landed on her back, maybe she could have taken a nap. With a groan that was half frustration and half exhaustion, she let her body fall the rest of the way and stared up at her training course. It was several odd-angled target platforms with obstacles in the way that she had to steer out of the way, all orbiting a large pillar that went all the way to the top. Midoriya Sensei had a lot of faith in her ability to not fall to her death. Which was fair. One of the first things she learned was how to soften a fall by blasting downwards. It only made the faceplants hurt her slightly less. Nighteye, her oh-so-favorite and most hated teacher, walked over to her, a whistle around his neck, and that clipboard he carried around was overflowing with papers. One of his sleeves was ripped at the elbow. "You okay, Sensei?" she whined, squirming on the ground a bit while looking him in the eyes. She wanted to take a nap. Her stomach was already grumbling and it felt like she had been running all day. But, as much as she hated to admit it, she still had plenty of energy left. Stupid endurance training. At least she didn't pass out after using 1.5 max blasts. "What happened to your sleeve?" "Oh, I'm not entirely sure." He turned, looking at his sleeve, spinning in a circle like a dog chasing its tail. "I think I lost it when someone else was using their quirk. Weird how there's no BLD though." He shrugged. "I also could have just lost it by shutting the door on it. Wouldn't be the first time." "Sensei," she flopped onto her stomach, chin resting on the mat as she looked up at him. "You're a bit weird." "Thanks." He smiled, walking over to offer her a hand up. "How goes the obstacle course?" She took Midoriya Sensei's hand and he pulled up. Her easier than she thought he would. He might look kind of scrawny, but he was actually still not really that strong. She was just light. "I'm starting to think that maybe I should be doing this in the pool or something so I won't have to worry about crashing." "You're going to have to deal with crashing eventually even if we did use the pool." He patted her on her shoulder and walked over to her starting platform. "While you'd be safer in the pool while you figured out to move around, you'd also grow used to the water resistance and water physics as well. Which means that instead of just learning how to fly, you'd have to forget how to swim first. I know it doesn't exactly work like that, but..." He shrugged, flashing that stupid smile he had that made them all want to go even further beyond. Sure, maybe All Might had a smile that made people feel safe, but Midoriya Sensei's smile just said, "You can do it," with the force of 1,000 cheerleaders. He patted the starting location, beckoning her to try once more. "You know, this is kind of like a run-before-you-walk thing. Now come on, show me what you can do." She wanted to whine, but at the same time, she didn't want Midoriya Sensei to see her complain. Mostly because he'd either ignore it or try to motivate her again. "Okay." She shook her hands and hopped onto the starting point. Really, the whole exercise was like playing the floor is lava while using just her quirk. "Here it goes." She took off, half jumping towards the first platform and half using her quirk to propel herself upwards. She was getting good at super jumps at this point. The first platform was higher than the first, higher than most people could jump, but the second platform was lower and further away. With a running start, she pushed herself forward, using her quirk to blast herself forward onto the second platform and barely managing to land on top of it. The next one was tricky. While the first and second platforms were flat, the next 4 were all vertical. She bounced to the edge of the platform and ran, jumping towards the next one and hitting it without using her quirk. She kicked off, blasting downward to reach the next one. With a flip she kicked off to her next target, using her quirk to push herself towards it. The momentum kept her there for a second, and she glared up at the padded wooden beam that was a pain in the butt. Nejire Midoriya Sensei spoke up. He was right below her, blinking at her. It's good that you can make it that far, but why don't you try it with just your quirk? She grabbed onto the top of the platform, fingers straining under her weight as she tried to look down. Just my quirk. That's what I was doing, I mean without running or jumping. He shook his head and stepped back. Get down, I think we might need to try another exercise for you. She plopped down onto the ground next to him, her tongue half out of her mouth. Another exercise. That just meant more torture. Even if it was actually helping her. Like a lot. During hero training last week, she was able to continuously use her energy waves without passing out. She did want to take a nap afterward. I'm not going to like this, am I? Nope, Midoriya Sensei said that with a degree of joy that had slowly been building as he kept coming up with new ways for them to develop their quirks. He was starting to enjoy their suffering. A lot. But I think it's the step we're missing for your flight. His foot tapped her side. Now stand up, I think I know what to do. Actually, you might be able to do this lying down. She raised an eyebrow at her sensei, half glaring at him. What's the catch? You're not allowed to be on the ground. His smile turned clever, and he tapped his chin. Oh, yeah, that should actually be very helpful. And now, what you should do is simple. Use your quirk to keep your entire body an inch off the ground. Keep going for as long as you can, but don't go too high. The idea is to focus on keeping you level. That's it. That sounds easy. A moment later she was flipped on her head as she misjudged how much force she needed and then flopped onto her face. She heard Midoriya Sensei snort. Sensei, she whined, looking at him as he hid part of his face behind his clipboard. Don't laugh at your students, it's mean. Sorry, he did not sound sorry. And he somehow made laying down into a form of training. There was something about Mirio's quirk that just made him happy. That and the tall muscular student was easily in his top 3 students. Was it wrong to already have favorites? Yes, but he was still learning to be a teacher. It was natural for him to make some mistakes. Besides, Mirio just had this whole never-give-up attitude that most students lacked. Tamaki seemed to feast off that energy while Nejire just couldn't stand not being the most optimistic person in the room and matched him whenever they were within 5 feet of each other. The others also seemed to get a kick out of watching him train his quirk. When he wasn't naked, Izuku smiled looking at the ball in his hand. He only had about 20 of these and they were one use only. The support class was really starting to hate him and his incredibly specific requests for new training gadgets. Technically this design was someone's final project though. Alright Mirio, you remember our first exercise? Dodging the ball? Mirio grabbed his shoulder and rolled his neck. Much of the class had gotten used to Mirio's random acts of NDTY, so him being shirtless during training had just become commonplace. And as long as the pants were on and his willy contained, nobody would complain. Wait, was he really using willy now? Mirio was contagious. Have you finally run out of new ideas, sensei? Mirio taunted, clapping his hands and dropping into his dodging stance. I thought you were getting low when I had to run through the red walls but break the green ones. You wish. He tossed one of the ball at Mirio. His student caught it easily. Inside that ball, there's a sphere, each one has something inside of it. Digging into his pocket, he pulled out a small device with 4 lights on it. 2 have a button and another 2 have a SWH. Your job is to stick your finger in there and turn off these lights. The rest are half filled with something else. No idea what, though I think they wanted to surprise you. I see, Mirio smiled looking at the ball. That's clever, sensei. It could be useful if I ever have to disarm a bomb in the future. Let's hope it never comes to that. The primary goal is to increase your finesse with your quirk. Then why are they inside ball? Wouldn't boxes do? Oh, that's for phase 2. I grabbed another one of the ball. It had a slightly different pattern than the other one. Each one looks unique, and once you figure out which ones have what, it's back to the pitching machines. Mirio laughed, tongue sticking out of his mouth as he focused on the ball in his hand, a finger slowly entering it. A moment later his hand shot up above the ball as his fingers were forced out. "Oh, this is going to be tricky, sensei, but I accept your challenge." With Mirio set on his new training now, all he had to do was something bumped into his leg. Looking down he saw Nejire. Her hair tied into a ponytail and held tight in her hands to keep it off the ground as she floated 2 inches off the ground. Her face was twisted into one that he could only describe as constipated. "Going for a stroll, Nejire?" Her eyes focused and she looked up at him, smile appearing on her face. "Someone bumped into me a while ago, and I've been floating aimlessly ever since. If it didn't feel like I was doing 10,000 push-ups constantly, this would be a lot of fun." She pulled up her shirt just enough to show off her smooth belly. As a teacher, Izuku did the only thing he could think of, which was to look away as fast as possible. He heard Nejire pat her stomach. "I don't even get abs for doing this." "Nejire, please, don't do that." He glanced back and saw her covering her stomach again. "It's good that you're getting used to the exercise. Do you think you can go back to your area? I don't want you to get hurt if someone tripped on you." "Not really," she hummed, slowly spinning in place. "I can barely talk and do this at the same time. Do you think you can give me a small push back to safety, sensei?" "Why not just walk?" "Just give me a push, sensei," she pouted, her blue eyes boring into him. "I'm in a good spot right now. I don't want to." She fell onto the ground with a brief bwang and blinked. "Lose it? Maybe you should try doing it while standing up now. Or maybe from your front or side now, though still, just hovering is doing great." He paused, smiling at her, and tapping his clipboard again. He bit his tongue, trying not to let Nejire read his face. She was getting way too good at figuring him out. "Sensei," there was a hint of suspicion in her voice. A single blue eyebrow was raised at him. "What are you thinking? You're not thinking about making me spin while I'm floating, are you?" Darn, why was she so good at figuring him out? "I was. It would help you learn to stabilize yourself and eventually control your direction." He sighed, tapping his clipboard again. "Though that's probably a bad idea. I don't want to make one of my students puke." "Liar," Nejire groaned, standing up and wobbling for a few moments. She spun for a moment for no other reason than to spin, and faced him, her hands clasped behind her back. "But that's why we like you, sensei." She bobbed forward, tilting her head just the slightest amount. "You're not afraid to push us to push ourselves to the limit. The other teachers don't do that." He had seen what Aizawa had been doing to his students. That was borderline child abuse. She shook her head. "It's not quite the same, you know." "I don't know." She shrugged and spun around, bounding off to her obstacle course. "Well, anyways, sensei, back to work." He couldn't help but smile. The near constant barrage of praise he got from his students, especially Nejire and Mirio, was probably why he wasn't overflowing with self-doubt. He really should get Aizawa a gift basket or something for taking the troublesome students. Izuku looked out at the cold winter landscape that had greeted him on his first day back to Yuang after winter break and sniffled his nose. He wasn't really sick, but just looking at the blanket of snow that was still damaged from the students and faculty moving about was enough to make him want to spend the whole day bundled up and drinking hot soup. It was already 10. Normally snow was a once-a-year thing and only lasted until noon at the latest, but today was proving to be an exception as snow still drifted downwards lazily. It also didn't help that on his first day back he had been given a giant workload, evaluating applications for the first years that will be joining in 4 months. Logically it made sense. After all, he had the lightest workload. And with his knowledge of quirks and his background, it made sense that he should have at least some voice in deciding where students should and shouldn't go. Especially with how the entrance exam normally works. Giant robots just didn't do it with more subtle quirks. Maybe he should think of developing some other exam. Or even take it upon himself to interview the students. Niza might go with it. At least for this year, until he could take on more classes. Ideally, he'd be able to teach the first years and second years for the hero course. And assuming Aizawa didn't expel his class again, that would give him 4 classes a day. Which was technically doable. He sighed, shuffling the triple-stacked boxes filled with applications and headed towards the faculty room. The real reason was simple. He had been late for the meeting and had been volunteered for the task. This was going to cut in on his time for coming up with new ways to train his students. With any luck, He should be able to get through at least half a box before his class started. Good thing he had an afternoon class. Today he'd just have to evaluate his students' growth and discuss ways to train their quirks. The sports festival was 5 months away after all. He needed to keep his promise to Izuku. But that was going to be rough. His students were progressing, but they haven't exactly made any major breakthroughs. Who knows, maybe some of them will surprise me today. A lot could happen in 10 days. Izuku-sensei, he heard the ever-familiar voice of Nejire Hado call to him, her head appearing from one side of the pile of boxes. Her typical cheerful expression was mixed with her usual curiosity. Her long blue hair hung to one side. "What are you doing?" "Ah, Nejire." He stopped, shifting the weight of the boxes before his fingers tore off. "Why was paper so heavy?" "I'm charged with reviewing some of the applications for the new first years." "What? I thought there was like a million applications a year." Nejire popped her head around the other side, looking up and down the tower of boxes. It was getting rather heavy. "This doesn't look like a million applications, Izuku-sensei." "Well, these aren't the hero course applications. Most of them are for support and general course." He took a breath and tried to straighten his shoulders. He should probably start working out, just enough to not struggle with paperwork. "Izuku-sensei." Nejire hummed, moving in front of the boxes, fingers lacing into the topmost box carrying holes. "Do you not like it?" If she took that box, she could call him whatever she wanted. His arms breathed a sigh of relief when that topmost box began to slide forward. "No, it's fine. I'm more used to being called Izuku anyways. It's just different." Heavy. The box slipped free and Nejire went down with it before she popped right back up. "There, now you can see too. You're a lifesaver, Nejire." He smiled and continued on his way to the faculty room. "But why Izuku-sensei?" She tilted her head that was eye level with him, as she continued to move smoothly forward, the box held high on her seat. "Is this the part where I ask, how is Izuku-sensei?" "Oh, or what is Izuku-sensei?" "Nejire." She giggled, spinning around with her usual energy to the other side of him. "Sorry, sensei, it's just that I'm really happy you're my teacher. I feel like I've learned the most with you, so I wanted to call you Izuku-sensei." "Ah, that makes me glad to hear, Nejire. You can call me that, but the other teachers might think it's rude." He watched as she continued to look him right in the face, her smile not once fading even as she walked backward in front of him. "Why do you keep circling around me like that? I said it was fine." "Oh, I know, I'm just waiting for you to notice." She beamed, her blue eyes dancing like she had just aced a test. He raised an eyebrow. "Notice something?" Why was it that whenever a girl wanted him to notice something he just couldn't? Sure, his only example was Melissa, who had wanted him to notice her new haircut. But Nejire's hair was the exact same. Or was it? It was long and still slowly curled in a twin helix. "Did you get a new haircut?" "Izuku-sensei." Nejire snorted and rolled her eyes. She bit her lip before lifting up her foot. "No, but I'll give you a hint. Look at my feet." He looked down. Her feet weren't touching the ground. She was hovering. She could hover while holding a box and move. The boxes he was holding fell to the ground, sending papers everywhere. Why, a noise escaped him as he looked at the empty ground below Nejire, then back up at her to see her smiling widely. "Nejire, you're flying." He ran over to her and she dropped her own box, embracing him in a hug. "I know, congratulations. How'd you do it? What was the breakthrough? How much time did you spend practicing during the break?" The hallway spun, his feet off the ground. "This is amazing, you can even carry a person." They were both laughing. "I don't know, I was just at home Onadi cooking dinner and just being happy and thinking about class, then I realized I should try to do some small stuff, but I was already floating." She half giggled, diving forward as her hair began to envelop him. Her feet kicking like she was doggy paddling through the water. "Since then I've been able to fly easily, sometimes without thinking." "That's amazing, Midoriya-sensei." Izuku-sensei's voice was like a cold blanket that made him realize several things. The applications were now all over the floor, he was being loud right next to a classroom, and he was currently hugging a student while floating a few inches off the ground. "What are you doing?" "Oh, he looked at the ground, then at Izuku-sensei, then at Nejire. Can you put me down, Nejire?" "Sure." She guided them down and let go of him, She landed on her own feet and fell forward, catching herself on his shoulder. "Sorry, Izuku-sensei," she laughed, trying not to look at Aizawa directly. "I should get back to class. I'll see you later." She ran off, bowing at Aizawa along the way. "Sorry, Aizawa-sensei." The scruffy-looking teacher nodded. His gaze was cold and uncaring. "Try to be less noisy in the future, Midoriya-sensei. You are a teacher here, right?" He saluted, saying the word just loud enough to make himself wince. "Sorry, sensei. I've just been working with her for half a year on that, and it's fine. Your eagerness and genuine excitement are why the students like you. Just don't get carried away." Aizawa placed a single hand on his shoulder before walking away, leaving him alone with 3 heavy boxes and a pile of papers to pick up. So much for getting anything done before his own class started. Normally, on the first day back from break, you're half asleep and ready to crawl back into bed. Yuyu rested one elbow on the cafeteria table, her other hand tapping her chopsticks like they were a set of drumsticks. Yuyu had changed again. She got a new piercing over her right eye, and her hair had grown out a bit, now reaching her neck, and was dyed a royal purple that just made her pop. Nijire hummed, a bite of rice still in her mouth as she plucked away at her food. She blinked at Yuyu, trying to figure out what her friend was saying. Why wouldn't she be happy to be back to school? It was where her friends were, and she got to see Izuku-sensei again, and she had been so excited to show off all of her strong work to Izuku-sensei. Maybe she shouldn't have said it just happened. He might have praised her more. She did spend all break in her apartment playing the longest game of The Floor is Lava ever. It made her stomach hurt like she had to poop and had just done a bazillion sit-ups. But it was worth it. Yuyu tapped the table again. "So Spill, why are you so happy?" "Why wouldn't I be happy?" She squealed, kicking her legs under the table as she took another bite of her lunch. "I get to see my friends again. I got to show off my new flying skill to Izuku-sensei, and I got to see him again. I'm so excited about what we're going to do in class today. I bet he has a super awesome lesson planned for us. Like how before break we talked about how generally each generation of quirks are becoming more complex. Oh, or how certain countries handle quirks differently, with places like the United. Seriously, Nijire, if you don't stop gushing about how great Midoriya-sensei is, I'm going to start thinking you have a crush on him or something." Yuyu sighed, sitting back down to pick at her food. "But I guess he is a pretty good teacher. Just wish he'd do more lecture for the support and general course." "A crush?" Nijire blinked, looking down at her food. She had a crush on a few classmates before and even dated one of them in middle school before she came to UA. But now any crush she had lasted a few minutes until she got distracted by something. But she didn't get distracted with Izuku-sensei. He could keep her attention without even trying, and he was always so nice, cheerful, and eager to help, and he was smart. But did she have a crush on him? How did she normally realize she had a crush on someone? She thought they looked cute. And Izuku-sensei was cute. She wanted to see them smile. Izuku-sensei's smile made her day whenever she saw it. She wanted to impress them. Half the reason why she tried so strong to learn to fly was so that Izuku-sensei would be proud of her. And she wanted to hold their hands and embrace them and do couple stuff. Did she want to do those things with Izuku-sensei? It was easy to picture him holding her hand as they walked through the snow, her humming and skipping with every step. She'd sneak glances at him, their eyes meeting and lingering as they smiled at each other. He'd say something silly, they'd laugh, then when no one was looking he'd lean over and embrace her on her ear, taking her by surprise as her entire body warmed up. Yep, she wanted that. You're right, she sat with her back straight as she continued to eat her meal. How should she go about it though? How old was Izuku-sensei? Did he have a girlfriend? She should ask him. If he did, it was no big deal. It was Izuku-sensei's happiness that mattered most. Yuyu looked up from her food, her pierced eyebrow raised. Right about what? And you know you're floating, right? She looked down and saw that somehow she had started to float. This was the power of Izuku-sensei. With her tongue out, she slowly navigated back down onto the bench. Landing was still the strong part. Oh, sorry, that happens now. But what was I right about? Yu gave her a small smile, twirling her chopsticks between 2 fingers while sighing. I mean, I'm normally right, but what specifically? Oh, about me having a crush on Izuku-sensei. She smiled and caught herself about to float again. First, she had problems floating, now she was having problems not floating. She knew she should have been worried when she found herself napping while floating. Yuyu dropped her chopsticks, a fake smile on her face. Could you repeat that, Nejire? I think I misheard you. I have a crush on Izuku-sensei. She repeated, shoveling more rice into her stomach. That's what I thought you said. Yu sighed, her head sinking downward. You know he's a teacher, right? Yep, she nodded. He was a good teacher too. Actually, him being a teacher might have had something to do with why she liked him. He was a responsible adult and he just made her happy. Yuyu's hands fell on top of her head, pulling at her purple locks. And you know that he's old, right? What? No, he's not, he turned. 21 over the summer, and his birthday is only 3 before mine, so he's like 4 years older than me. My dad is 8 years older than my mom, and they might have started dating when her mom had just graduated. Lots of girls married older men. Or maybe that was just her family. Yuyu groaned. That's not the point, your dad wasn't your mom's teacher. Seriously, Nejire, you shouldn't go after him if you don't want him to lose his job or something. Oh, that's okay, she hummed, plucking another bite of rice. I can wait until I graduate before we get serious. Yuyu only groaned. Besides, teasing Izuku-sensei for a whole year sounded like fun. Keep it up, Tamaki, you're getting more versatile with your quirk, Izuku smiled at his shy student. Tamaki lurched forward, hand over his mouth like he was going to puke, and shuddered. A mass of octopus tentacles and crab claws retreated back into his body as he headed toward the nearest wall to hide. Right? Then Tamaki, we'll work on you taking praise next. You're doing great, the black-haired student nodded. Looking over his students, he found that all of them had come back from their short break far more eager than before. Even a few of the lackadaisical ones were giving it their all. Was he beaming with pride? It felt like he was beaming with pride. He looked at his clipboard and flipped through the sheets. All right, who's next? Izuku-sensei, Nejire called, darting over to him. She moved gracefully through the air, closer to a fairy than any bird that he could think of. With her hair following after her like a comet's tail, she circled him, a wide smile on her face. I did the obstacle course. She held up her hands. 10 times, I told you it would be easy. Now, what's next? That's great, Nejire. Now we just need to work on you using your blasts while flying. He headed towards the pile of equipment and dug around until he found some flags. Ah, these should do, why don't you? He turned to see her face upside down and inches from his own face. Like any warm-blood man that had rarely been this close to another person, let alone a female, he froze, dropping the flags he had gotten out, his clipboard slipping from his fingers. Why are you so close? He squeaked. Am I? Nejire backed away and righted herself in the air, hands clasped behind her back. Her control truly was remarkable. She stuck out her tongue, leaning forward in the air. You didn't say that this morning when you hugged me. What? His face felt red as he remembered Aizawa's judgmental eyes. That was different. You just surprised me with your ability to fly and I got excited. Nejire laughed, spinning in the air before darting down to pick up his clipboard and the flags. I'm just teasing you, Izuku-sensei. I like hugs. She gave him back his clipboard. I'm okay with getting a hug from you whenever. Oh well. He probably shouldn't say anything to that if he wanted to keep his job. That's, good to hear, Nejire. Thank you. Now for your training, you should set these up around the obstacle course and try and blast them while flying. She took a set of flags in each hand and began to wave them about like they were a pair of wings. That sounds like fun. He coughed, rubbing the back of his head and looking over at another set of students that were working on their own quirks. Yep, that's pretty much the plan. I was also going to say you should try to use your quirk to move as much as possible to increase your endurance, but I can see you're already doing that. Yep, Nejire cheered, holding up one hand like the flags were a pom-pom. Flying is fun. She then blinked and flew down beside him once more. Hey, Izuku-sensei, do you live alone? Yes, why? Just curious is all. Nejire smiled before darting away. Izuku looked out at the cold winter landscape that had greeted him on his first day back to Yueng after winter break and sniffled his nose. He wasn't really sick, but just looking at the blanket of snow that was still damaged from the students and faculty moving about was enough to make him want to spend the whole day bundled up and drinking hot soup. It was already 10. Normally snow was a once-a-year thing and only lasted until noon at the latest, But today was proving to be an exception as snow still drifted downwards lazily. It also didn't help that on his first day back he had been given a giant workload, evaluating applications for the first years that will be joining in 4 months. Logically it made sense, after all, he had the lightest workload. And with his knowledge of quirks and his background, it made sense that he should have at least some voice in deciding where students should and shouldn't go. Especially with how the entrance exam normally works. Giant robots just didn't do it with more subtle quirks. Maybe he should think of developing some other exam. Or even take it upon himself to interview the students. Nizu might go with it. At least for this year, until he could take on more classes. Ideally, he'd be able to teach the first years and second years for the hero course. And assuming Aizawa didn't expel his class again, that would give him 4 classes a day. Which was technically doable. He sighed, shuffling the triple-stacked boxes filled with applications and headed towards the faculty room. The real reason was simple: he had been late for the meeting and had been volunteered for the task. This was going to cut in on his time for coming up with new ways to train his students. With any luck, he should be able to get through at least half a box before his class started. Good thing he had an afternoon class. Today he'd just have to evaluate his students' growth and discuss ways to train their quirks. The sports festival was 5 months away after all. He needed to keep his promise to Aizawa-sensei. But that was going to be rough. His students were progressing, but they haven't exactly made any major breakthroughs. Who knows, maybe some of them will surprise me today. A lot could happen in 10 days. Izuku-sensei, he heard the ever-familiar voice of Nejire Hado call to him, her head appearing from one side of the pile of boxes. Her typical cheerful expression was mixed with her usual curiosity. Her long blue hair hung to one side. "What are you doing?" "Ah, Nejire." He stopped, shifting the weight of the boxes before his fingers tore off. "Why was paper so heavy?" "I'm charged with reviewing some of the applications for the new first years." "What? I thought there was like 1,000,000 applications a year." Nejire popped her head around the other side, looking up and down the tower of boxes. It was getting rather heavy. "This doesn't look like 1,000,000 applications, Izuku-sensei." "Well, these aren't the hero course applications. Most of them are for support and general course." He took a breath and tried to straighten his shoulders. He should probably start working out, just enough to not struggle with paperwork. "Izuku-sensei." Nejire hummed, moving in front of the boxes, fingers lacing into the topmost box carrying holes. "Do you not like it?" If she took that box, she could call him whatever she wanted. His arms breathed a sigh of relief when that topmost box began to slide forward. "No, it's fine. I'm more used to being called Izuku anyways. It's just different." Heavy. The box slipped free and Nejire went down with it before she popped right back up. "There, now you can see too. You're a lifesaver, Nejire." He smiled and continued on his way to the faculty room. "But why?" "Izuku-sensei." She tilted her head that was eye level with him as she continued to move smoothly forward, the box held high on her seat. "Is this the part where I ask, how is Izuku-sensei?" "Oh, or what is Izuku-sensei?" "Nejire." She giggled, spinning around with her usual energy to the other side of him. "Sorry, sensei, it's just that I'm really happy you're my teacher. I feel like I've learned the most with you, so I wanted to call you Izuku-sensei." "Ah, that makes me glad to hear, Nejire. You can call me that, but the other teachers might think it's rude." He watched as she continued to look him right in the face, her smile not once fading even as she walked backward in front of him. "Why do you keep circling around me like that? I said it was fine." "Oh, I know, I'm just waiting for you to notice." She beamed, her blue eyes dancing like she had just aced a test. He raised an eyebrow. "Notice something?" Why was it that whenever a girl wanted him to notice something he just couldn't? Sure, his only example was Melissa, who had wanted him to notice her new haircut. But Nejire's hair was the exact same. Or was it? It was long and still slowly curled in a twin helix. "Did you get a new haircut?" "Izuku-sensei." Nejire snorted and rolled her eyes. She bit her lip before lifting up her foot. "No, but I'll give you a hint. Look at my feet." He looked down. Her feet weren't touching the ground. She was hovering. She could hover while holding a box and move. The boxes he was holding fell to the ground, sending papers everywhere. Why, a noise escaped him as he looked at the empty ground below Nejire. then back up at her to see her smiling widely. Nejire, you're flying. He ran over to her and she dropped her own box, embracing him in a hug. I know, congratulations, how'd you do it? What was the breakthrough? How much time did you spend practicing during the break? The hallway spun, his feet off the ground. This is amazing, you can even carry a person. They were both laughing. I don't know, I was just at home Onadi cooking dinner and just being happy and thinking about class, then I realized I should try to do some small stuff, but I was already floating, she half giggled, diving forward as her hair began to envelop him. Her feet kicking like she was doggy paddling through the water. Since then I've been able to fly easily, sometimes without thinking. That's amazing. Midoriya sensei. Izuku-sensei's voice was like a cold blanket that made him realize several things. The applications were now all over the floor, he was being loud right next to a classroom, and he was currently hugging a student while floating a few inches off the ground. What are you doing? Oh, he looked at the ground, then at Izuku-sensei, then at Nejire. Can you put me down, Nejire? Sure. She guided them down and let go of him. She landed on her own feet and fell forward, catching herself on his shoulder. Sorry, Izuku-sensei, she laughed, trying not to look at Aizawa directly. I should get back to class. I'll see you later. She ran off, bowing at Aizawa along the way. Sorry, Izuku-sensei. The scruffy-looking teacher nodded. His gaze was cold and uncaring. Try to be less noisy in the future, Midoriya-sensei. You are a teacher here, right? He saluted, saying the word just loud enough to make himself wince. Sorry, sensei. I've just been working with her for half a year on that, and it's fine. Your eagerness and genuine excitement are why the students like you. Just don't get carried away. Aizawa placed a single hand on his shoulder before walking away, leaving him alone with 3 heavy boxes and a pile of papers to pick up. So much for getting anything done before his own class started. Normally, on the first day back from break, you're half asleep and ready to crawl back into bed. Yu rested one elbow on the cafeteria table, her other hand tapping her chopsticks like they were a set of drumsticks. Yu had changed again. She got a new piercing over her right eye, and her hair had grown out a bit, now reaching her neck, and was dyed a royal purple that just made her pop. Nejire hummed, a bite of rice still in her mouth as she plucked away at her food. She blinked at Yu, trying to figure out what her friend was saying. Why wouldn't she be happy to be back to school? It was where her friends were, and she got to see Izuku-sensei again, and she had been so excited to show off all of her strong work to Izuku-sensei. Maybe she shouldn't have said it just happened. He might have praised her more. She did spend all break in her apartment playing the longest game of The Floor is Lava ever. It made her stomach hurt like she had to poop and had just done a bazillion sit-ups. But it was worth it. Yu tapped the table again. So Spill, why are you so happy? Why wouldn't I be happy? She squealed, kicking her legs under the table as she took another bite of her lunch. I get to see my friends again. I got to show off my new flying skill to Izuku-sensei, and I got to see him again. I'm so excited about what we're going to do in class today. I bet he has a super awesome lesson planned for us. Like how before break we talked about how generally each generation of quirks are becoming more complex. Oh, or how certain countries handle quirks differently, with places like the United. Seriously, Nejire, if you don't stop gushing about how great Midoriya-sensei is, I'm going to start thinking you have a crush on him or something. Yu sighed, sitting back down to pick at her food. But I guess he is a pretty good teacher. Just wish he'd do more lecture for the support and general course. A crush. Nejire blinked, looking down at her food. She had a crush on a few classmates before and even dated one of them in middle school before she came to UA. But now any crush she had lasted a few minutes until she got distracted by something. But she didn't get distracted with Izuku-sensei. He could keep her attention without even trying, and he was always so nice, cheerful, and eager to help, and he was smart. But did she have a crush on him? How did she normally realize she had a crush on someone? She thought they looked cute. And Izuku-sensei was cute. She wanted to see them smile. Izuku-sensei's smile made her day whenever she saw it. She wanted to impress them. Half the reason why she tried so strong to learn to fly was so that Izuku-sensei would be proud of her. And she wanted to hold their hands and embrace them and do couple stuff. Did she want to do those things with Izuku-sensei? It was easy to picture him holding her hand as they walked through the snow, her humming and skipping with every step. She'd sneak glances at him, their eyes meeting and lingering as they smiled at each other. He'd say something silly, they'd laugh, then when no one was looking he'd lean over and embrace her on her ear, taking her by surprise as her entire body warmed up. Yep, she wanted that. You're right, she sat with her back straight as she continued to eat her meal. How should she go about it though? How old was Izuku sensei? Did he have a girlfriend? She should ask him. If he did, it was no big deal. It was Izuku sensei's happiness that mattered most. Yu looked up from her food, her pierced eyebrow raised. Right about what? And you know you're floating, right? She looked down and saw that somehow she had started to float. This was the power of Izuku sensei. With her tongue out she slowly navigated back down onto the bench. Landing was still the strong part. Oh, sorry, that happens now. But what was I right about? Yu gave her a small smile, twirling her chopsticks between two fingers while sighing. I mean, I'm normally right, but what specifically? Oh, about me having a crush on Izuku sensei. She smiled and caught herself about to float again. First, she had problems floating, now she was having problems not floating. She knew she should have been worried when she found herself napping while floating. Yu dropped her chopsticks, a fake smile on her face. Could you repeat that, Nijire? I think I misheard you. I have a crush on Izuku sensei. She repeated, shoveling more rice into her stomach. That's what I thought you said. Yu sighed, her head sinking downward. You know he's a teacher, right? Yep, she nodded. He was a good teacher too. Actually, him being a teacher might have had something to do with why she liked him. He was a responsible adult and he just made her happy. Yu's hands fell on top of her head, pulling at her purple locks. And you know that he's old, right? What? No, he's not. He turned 21 over the summer, and his birthday is only 3 before mine, so he's like 4 years older than me. My dad is 8 years older than my mom, and they might have started dating when her mom had just graduated. Lots of girls married older men. Or maybe that was just her family. Yu groaned. That's not the point. Your dad wasn't your mom's teacher. Seriously, Nijire, you shouldn't go after him if you don't want him to lose his job or something. Oh, that's okay, she hummed, plucking another bite of rice. I can wait until I graduate before we get serious. Yu only groaned. Besides, teasing Izuku sensei for a whole year sounded like fun. Keep it up, Tamaki, you're getting more versatile with your quirk. Izuku smiled at his shy student. Tamaki lurched forward, hand over his mouth like he was going to puke, and shuddered. A mass of octopus tentacles and crab claws retreated back into his body as he headed toward the nearest wall to hide. Right? Then Tamaki, we'll work on you taking praise next. You're doing great, the black-haired student nodded. Looking over his students, he found that all of them had come back from their short break far more eager than before. Even a few of the lackadaisical ones were giving it their all. Was he beaming with pride? It felt like he was beaming with pride. He looked at his clipboard and flipped through the sheets. All right, who's next? Izuku sensei, Nijire called, darting over to him. She moved gracefully through the air, closer to a fairy than any bird that he could think of. With her hair following after her like a comet's tail, she circled him, a wide smile on her face. I did the obstacle course. She held up her hands. 10 times, I told you it would be easy. Now, what's next? That's great, Nijire. Now we just need to work on you using your blasts while flying. He headed towards the pile of equipment and dug around until he found some flags. These should do, why don't you? He turned to see her face upside down and inches from his own face. Like any warm-blood man that had rarely been this close to another person, let alone a female, he froze, dropping the flags he had gotten out, his clipboard slipping from his fingers. Why are you so close? He squeaked. Am I? Nijire backed away and righted herself in the air, hands clasped behind her back. Her control truly was remarkable. She stuck out her tongue, leaning forward in the air. You didn't say that this morning when you hugged me. What? His face felt red as he remembered Aizawa's judgmental eyes. That was different. You just surprised me with your ability to fly and I got excited. Nijire laughed, spinning in the air before darting down to pick up his clipboard and the flags. I'm just teasing you, Izuku sensei. I like hugs. She gave him back his clipboard. I'm okay with getting a hug from you whenever. Oh well. He probably shouldn't say anything to that if he wanted to keep his job. That's, good to hear, Nijire. Thank you. Now for your training you should set these up around the obstacle course and try and blast them while flying. She took a set of flags in each hand and began to wave them about like they were a pair of wings. That sounds like fun. He coughed, rubbing the back of his head and looking over at another set of students that were working on their own quirks. Yep, that's pretty much the plan. I was also going to say you should try to use your quirk to move as much as possible to increase your endurance, but I can see you're already doing that. Yep, Nighteye cheered, holding up one hand like the flags were a pom-pom. Flying is fun. She then blinked and flew down beside him once more. Hey, Izuku-sensei, do you live alone? Yes, why? Just curious is all. Nighteye smiled before darting away. You're Hitoshi Shinso, right? Izuku smiled at the young purple-haired teen as he entered the empty classroom you had loaned him for the day. The large table in front of him held a wide assortment of papers, folders, and documents spread out like a professionally catered meal at a wedding. He stood, placing one hand onto the table to move Hitoshi's file closer to him, while at the same time offering his hand to one of his potential students. He was told that there was going to be another interviewer with him, but they hadn't shown up for the past 6. That's right. Shinso nodded and took his hand. He had a strong handshake that was betrayed by his tired expression. Poor kid wasn't even out of middle school and he already looked like some of the cram students on I Island. And you are? Oh, right, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'll be teaching quirk theory to the 1st and 2nd years. It's actually why I called you in for an interview. Even after 6 such interviews today, he still wasn't quite used to this whole process. He was so used to being the interviewee that he was ready to be on edge whenever someone entered the room. Ah, Hitoshi scratched the back of his head, unwilling to meet his eyes. Is that something new they're teaching to the general ed students? Not at all. As much as I'd love to teach the general ed kids as well, I'll be busy teaching the hero and support course, although the support course will be more an opt-out elective type class. Kind of like the workshop, but different hours. He waved his hand and looked down at Hitoshi's file. There was a lot of good things, but one glaring negative stood out to him. So, why bring me here if you're not going to teach the general ed students? Hitoshi's politeness vanished as the student to be ground his teeth. That feeling of frustration, the feeling of anger, Izuku knew them well. It says here that your quirk is a limited form of voice control that's activated by your voice, and that you call it brainwashing. It really is a potentially powerful quirk and very well suited for. He paused when Hitoshi's fists clenched for just a moment. Is something wrong? The young man let out a breath, his shoulders slouching as he relaxed. Sorry, Midoriya-sensei, it's just. I'm used to people saying that my quirk is well suited for being a villain. He looked at the chart and tilted his head to the side, then looked at Hitoshi. Oh, I suppose it would. But that's not why you chose UA, and I doubt you chose UA for its general education course. So, Hitoshi, the primary reason for this interview can be boiled down to a single question. Hitoshi's eyes grew wide as he spoke, and the hints of a smile also began to bloom. Poor kid smiled like Aizawa-sensei. Did you choose UA because you wanted to be a hero? It felt really good to ask that question. It almost felt like he was a real teacher really helping someone find their path in life. And the look on Hitoshi's face made all those years of studying, cramming and planning worth it all over again. Yeah, that's right. How did you know? Because it was the same reason why I wanted to apply to U8 when I was your age. Back then, I thought that if I got into the general course, then there was a chance, however small, that I might be able to make it into the hero course. He shrugged and let out a sigh. But I didn't even make it that far, and instead, someone else showed me a different way. He should send Dave a gift basket. But you're not like me. You have a quirk, a subtle one that's powerful in its own way, and I think you can make a great hero. Hitoshi's stoic features had crumbled away as tears streaked down his face. Maybe that was how he looked when Dave offered to take him to Island way back then. The boy choked and whipped at his nose. Sensei, he sniffed, looking him in the eye. Nobody's ever told me that. Don't get me wrong, it won't be easy for you, and it's not a guarantee yet. He turned the document towards the hero wannabe and pointed at the faults. His physical fitness exam. With all but a select few exceptions, physical fitness is beyond important for a hero, and your results. were just barely better than his when he was Hitoshi's age. Are less than stellar. What do I have to do? He couldn't help but smile just a little bit more at that response. It's too late for the entrance exam, but given your grades and exam scores, you should pass the written proportion. May is when we hold the sports festival. By then, you'll need to have a sub 8-minute mile and the ability to do at least 10 pull-ups. That's it. Hitoshi almost laughed. You're right, that's not very heroic, is it? I know. Make it to the tournament section of the sports festival and you'll be allowed to stay in the hero course. He might have to check if he actually had the authority to do that. Understood. Hitoshi bowed, a giant smile on his face. Thank you for this chance, sensei. I won't let you down. I'm counting on it. Mostly because he wanted to see just how far he could get Hitoshi to push his quirk. Izuku let out a yawn as he made his way off campus for what felt like the first time in forever. On top of class, he also managed to do a grand total of 8 interviews. Alone. Most of them didn't stand out, but Hitoshi's just made him smile just by thinking about it. Nay, Izuku-sensei? Nejire asked as she hopped up beside him, her book bag held in front of her as she traveled beside him. Speaking of smiles. He turned to look at his student. She was hovering again. What is it, Nejire? And you know you should walk when you're out of school, right? Huh. She looked down at her feet and squeaked before landing. Sorry, sensei. I just get happy and then I start floating, but why are you so happy? And tired? Did sensei get a girlfriend? He let out a laugh as he turned out the front gates. Nothing like that, Nejire. I just had a busy day filled with interviews for potential first years. Oh, so that's why you look so tired. You actually had to work today. Her hair swayed violently as a sudden gust of wind hit them both. It was slightly wet and he saw a dark spot grow on her coat, followed by another as the first few drops of rain suddenly started up. Right, he forgot to check the weather today. Maybe he still had an umbrella in his bag. I'll have you know I work strong every day, Nejire. I'm just teasing you, Izuku-sensei. She laughed, swaying from side to side as she dug through her own bag. Another gust of wind and the rain began to build up. He found it. How did he use this one again? Oh right, there was a button on the side. A thin green slime-like string shot out of his umbrella and latched onto the sidewalk a few feet away. Then it was ripped out of his hands and stuck on the concrete like it was cemented onto it. Right? Melissa's grappling hook. Why did she make it look like an umbrella? Sensei, the rain stopped pouring on him as Nejire took a step closer to him, her giant umbrella, looking like spring sneezed all over blocking the rain. What was that? Thank you, Nejire. He sighed, closing his bag up. That was a gift from a friend of mine. And now it'll be stuck there until at least tomorrow. I see. Seems useful. She half laughed, still holding the umbrella up over his head. Did sensei forget his actual umbrella? He wasn't even certain he owned an umbrella. It appears so. Then let me walk you home, sensei. She stuck her tongue out, adjusting her bag with her free hand. You live nearby, right? Yeah, wait, how'd you know that? If you rode a train you probably wouldn't be as late. Ouch. Now he was getting roasted by his own student. The rain began to pick up, turning into a harsh deluge. I wouldn't want to impose on you, Nejire, but if you could take me to the nearest store I'd be able to buy my own umbrella. She nodded, and began to lead him through the rain. Hey sensei, Nejire hummed as they waited at a corner. You're not going to be teaching the third years, are you? Nope. By that point your work-study program will be in full force, so you simply won't have the time for my class, and I won't have the time either. I'm going to be busy teaching a bunch of classes this spring. Well, I'm happy you're going to be a full-time teacher. Nejire hummed, nearly skipping next to him as they crossed the street. But I'm going to miss you being my sensei. I really liked your class and I feel like I can really become a hero because of you. Was this how Hitoshi felt earlier? No, that couldn't be it. Some rain must have just hit him in the tear duct or something. Thanks, Nejire, that actually means a lot to hear from one of my favorite students. But hey, even after my class, I'll still be your sensei, right? Nejire hummed, placing a finger on her cheek. I guess you could still be my sensei. Does that mean I can still show up and ask you a bunch of questions every day? Sure, I'll probably be opening up the playground after class like the support class does the workshop. That way I can still assist students that need help developing their quirks. They turned a corner and a store came into view. But I'm not sure it'd be useful to you. I think if you wanted to improve you'd have to force a major breakthrough, but you could still train your quirk to improve your endurance. Oh, I'm sure you could think of some new way to torture me. She stuck her tongue out at him and leaned over to bump him in the shoulder. But really I just want to spend time with you. You're like my favorite sensei ever. Oh, I know when I don't have work study. Can I help you with the after-school quirk theory class? She gasped, turning to him, her blue eyes sparkling like when he first told her she could fly. She floated in the air, feet tucked behind her like she had been stuck in the middle of a jump for joy. I can be your to please, Izuku-sensei. She was so excitable. Sure, I'd be happy to have your help. Izuku-sensei came out of the store after a minute and unfurled a plain black umbrella. He really should have gotten something green. Or one that had All Might on it. Was there an All Might umbrella? Probably. He had a flash drive, so why not an umbrella? Would an All Might umbrella be a good present for Izuku? Nejire jumped over to Izuku and tapped her umbrella against his like she was making a toast. Boop, boop. Was that what she was going with? Thanks for walking me to the store, Nejire. Izuku gave his usual nervous chuckle. I'll see you in class tomorrow, okay? No way, Izuku-sensei. She stood next to him, making certain to hold eye contact for as long as possible. I want to see if you live close to me. That way when I get bored and have a question about quirk theory and stuff I can show up at your place and ask you questions. His chuckle turned into full-blown laughter as they made their way through the streets. Fine, but I'm not going to let you see inside. It's a mess. Huh, that was easier than she thought it would be. But if you really want to ask me questions you could always just email me. It's on the syllabus I gave out at the start of class. But that takes forever, and by the time I get the answer, I'll have like 6 more questions and it's not the same as asking you in person. Really, she just liked talking to him. The questions were a bonus. Or was it the questions that she liked and talking to him was the bonus? Izuku paused and began to fish something out from his bag. You have a point, and if you're going to be helping me next year it wouldn't hurt to give you my number in case something comes up. So long as you promise not to give it out to anyone and to not actually call me every time you get a question. And no texts after 9 p.m. He pulled out his cell phone. It had an All Might protective case and smiled at her. Without missing a beat she tapped her phone against his, sharing their contact info instantly. Was it really that easy? Not only was she going to find out where he lived today, but she also got his contact info. Maybe he thought she was harmless. Well, she was. What was the right word for it? Was there a right word for it? She'll just have to work strong and make sure that by the time she graduates, Izuku would think of her as someone dateable. Good thing she had over a year to do just that. Looking down at her phone she saw Izuku's profile picture. He was standing in a lab coat next to an older man, and a blonde-haired girl also in lab coats. Who was she? Was she a friend of his? An ex? The sister? Unrequited love? Hey, Izuku-sensei, who are the people in your profile picture? Oh man, I need to update that. That was back when I was still on island. The guy David Shield, he's the reason why I was able to go to Island. The girl is his daughter, Melissa. They're good friends of mine. Well, at least she didn't have any competition. She had competition. She had major competition. Nejire did her best to keep her smile as she watched her geeky sensei and crush Izuku laugh as he held up one of the numerous gadgets that the tank top wearing pink-haired cutie had made. The girl had interesting yellow eyes that had crosshairs in them, and her thick pink hair was pushed back by some complex headgear that probably did all sorts of neat things. All of that was fine. It certainly didn't bother her at all that Izuku was completely ignoring her. Sure, she asked to come. Sure, this was about interviewing May, but really she wanted his attention too, and she wanted to play with neat gadgets too. Haha, this is absolutely amazing. May. Izuku laughed as he used one of her gadgets. This one was just like his umbrella grappling hook but not made of green slime to hang from the ceiling. That's not even its final form, May cackled, her goggles falling onto her face as she bounced up and down. She had the same mad, overly enthusiastic look that Izuku had. Once I'm able to get more materials I'll be able to create a launcher that'll send it well over 100 meters and be able to pierce concrete. Not to mention I'll be able to create a dozen other designs I don't have the money for. Just thinking about all those delicious materials has me salivating. I have so many super cute babies to create. Do you take requests? Izuku-sensei asked as he was now hanging upside down by May's gadget. The support course students and head are refusing to make me anything new, but I frequently need new gadgets that will test their quirks. How fast can you make something? Depends on what it is, how big it is, how long you want it to last, and what materials there are. Mei beamed, saluting Izuku as she got way too close to him. But I can take on any challenge, even boneheaded ones that go against common sense. Good answer. Izuku fell from the rope and landed in a heap before he popped back up. Really, it's impressive you've managed to accomplish all this with a junkyard, and while being homeschooled as well. Even if your exam scores aren't the best, you clearly have more than enough talent to get into the Yuyang support course. Yes, I knew you'd be impressed. Mei placed her hands on her hips, beaming with pride, her sissy bouncing. Wasn't she supposed to be in middle school? Wait, wasn't she about the same size in middle school? Alright, Pibaroi is weird. Thank you for coming all the way out here, Sensei. I look forward to working with you in the support course. Sure, but if you want me to teach you, you'll have to sign up for quirk analysis. It's really the only class I'm qualified to teach at the moment, and I'm sure that even someone with your natural talents could benefit from it. Izuku adopted his more teacherly persona, his smile replaced by a soft frown that he had when he was trying to figure something out. I do just have a few questions for you though. Well, I guess this is an interview, after all. I guess I couldn't get away without a few questions. Mei scratched the back of her head. She had questions too, like why did they go all the way out to a junkyard to meet this girl? Why did it look like she was sleeping in a garage? Where were her parents? What did that thing over there do? Why were her eyes like that? And was her hair soft? And how old was she? Also, did it hurt to sleep in a hammock like that? Was that grease on her nose or just a skin thingy? Maybe it was something else or something. So many questions, but Izuku-sensei said that she shouldn't be the one asking these questions and to leave it to him, and she wanted to impress him with her impulse control, and it was getting really difficult to not just blurt something out. What if she exploded? Why is your assistant floating? Mei asked, looking over at her. Because she does that when she's not thinking about it. I'm really tempted to tie a rock to her, or something. Izuku chuckled, flashing a smile at her. She was floating again. It was getting strong to not do that unless she was tired or something. Sorry, Izuku, I was just thinking about stuff. Maybe her quirk turned all the questions she didn't ask into power. Right back to what I was saying. Why UA? With your genius longing for inventing, you'd be able to do well there. There'd be more chances for you too. I want to go to U8 because that's where the heroes go. Mei nodded to herself. I want to be able to support my future clients and have my name known, not just some new label from my island. No, all of my babies are going to be custom-made works of art tailored designed for the hero's needs or my own madness. Izuku nodded, a growing smile on his face. Very admirable, Mei, though I do think that a visit to Island would be helpful to you. If you sign up for my class, I'll think about taking you there over summer break during the Izuku-sensei, she huffed, marching over to him to pull on his shirt. What about me? I want to go to Island too. It was true, even if she did mostly just want to spend time with Izuku over summer vacation. Sure, Island was far from the beach trip she wanted, where she'd woo him with this super cute bikini she bought earlier, but Island was a chance she wasn't going to miss. You do. But aren't you going to be busy with work study during that time? I know Mirio has already been scouted, but shouldn't you be looking into that as well? Yeah, but I won't be doing that for the whole summer. I'll still be able to bug you, and I'd definitely be able to go to Island with you. If you don't take me, I'll be upset with you. She used her secret weapon, ultra pouting. Besides, she still needed to find hero agencies that would accept her, something that might be easy after the sports festival. It didn't really work on Izuku-sensei, and he just laughed. Don't worry, Nighteye, I have some connections back there, so I have a few guest passes for the Expo. If you're free, I'll be happy to take you. I think you'd get along great with Melissa, both of you would. Mei perked up from a workbench, already working on a new project. You're still here. Did you need something else, Sensei? I need to start looking for a new garage near UA. Well, apparently Mei did live in the garage. Thanks for letting me come with you today, Izuku-sensei, Nighteye hummed as they walked down the road that lead to the junkyard that Mei had apparently adopted. It was a lot of fun meeting that girl. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Mei was that special kind of genius, and if he got in good with her early on, then he'd be able to request all sorts of new gadgets to develop his students' quirks. Like a set of leg weights for Nighteye because she couldn't stop floating. Still, it said a lot that she could do it so naturally now, and it was better for her overall endurance and quirk development. As long as she didn't start sending out blasts just by sneezing, it was probably mostly okay. She did have her provisional license after all. No problem, you were a great help, but I just can't help but wonder why you'd want to waste your Saturday, especially since finals are coming up. Not that he was worried about Nijire passing her classes. She didn't ask a lot of questions because she didn't understand, she just wanted to know. It was a good trait about her, if somewhat impersonal. And you're right. May certainly was interesting. I think she'll be a good fit for you, eh? Are you sure you don't just want to let her in because she'll make you a bunch of new ways to torture us? Nijire landed next to him, hands behind her back and a skip in her step. Or maybe you just thought she was cute. What are you talking about, Nijire? She's way too young for me. And not my type. At least I think. Oh, Sensei has a type. Nijire bounced over to him, smiling brightly. Tell me, I want to know, didn't they have this conversation before? Isn't that kind of personal, Nijire? She was all but in his face, her blue eyes sparkling with unbridled curiosity. There was no point in resisting her when she was like this. But no, please Nijire, this isn't the kind of conversation I should be having with a student. I'm not going to talk to you about why I'm not attracted to one of my future students. Mostly because it's obvious. We're not talking about May anymore. Besides, I think she sweats oil or something. Wait, that sounded mean. I meant it in a good way, but I want to know what kind of women Sensei likes. Like, why didn't you date anybody back on Island? How did she not have his entire life story by this point? It wasn't like he didn't try to date someone on Island, but more often than not things just didn't work out for any number of reasons. Mostly because they were all busy. We were just kind of busy with research and school there. I realized that I wasn't really attracted to most of them despite being good friends. That wasn't to say there were no one-night stands or stress relief relationships. But those were few and far between. And not something he was going to tell one of his students about. Oh, so... Nijire paused, placing a finger to her cheek and tilting her head. You didn't really tell me anything though. So you didn't really have a girlfriend back then? Not really, no. And that was all he was going to say on that subject. And are you looking for one now? Nijire asked, still skipping beside him as they headed towards the nearest train station. Because I heard Kayama Sensei say you were cute, and that if she was a few years younger she'd eat you alive. He sighed, pinching his nose as the still fresh memories replayed in his mind. I know, she tells me that once a week. So Sensei doesn't want to date someone too young, or someone that's too old. Nijire hummed by his side, her hair swaying from side to side. What's Sensei's age range? That wasn't really what he said, but she wasn't wrong. If it was anybody but Nijire asking these questions, he'd suspect something. But Nijire was always two things, cheerful and curious. He really enjoyed those traits about her. It probably said a lot that she really was the closest thing he had to a friend since moving back to Japan. Well, I think 10 years is a bit much, so maybe like 5 years at the most. He shrugged, he never really thought about it. Really, I just go with what feels comfortable. I see, Nijire hummed next to him, looking much happier for whatever reason. 5 years, huh? Yeah, something like that. I don't know, it's not set in stone. Personality mattered a lot, and just the overall feel he had for the person. Maybe he was being too picky about it. I mean, I do want a relationship at some point, but I haven't really tried to get one, I guess. A train sped past them, its brakes screeching as it slowed to the station just up ahead. And Nijire leaped in front of him, placing a finger onto his well then Izuku, her lips curled into a smile when said his name, just his name. If you don't have a girlfriend by the time I graduate, I'll be your girlfriend. His mind did a funny thing as Nijire beamed at him. She stopped being just his student. Just enough for him to realize that Nijire was a very attractive woman, and she was expressing interest in dating him. All at once he imagined what that would be like to date her, what life would be like with her at his side. And much like these past few months with her in his class, he found those thoughts filled with joy. The reality came crashing down. Nijire, you shouldn't tell me something like that, even if you're joking. He stepped to the side trying not to look at her. Mostly so that she wouldn't see the blush on his face or the fact that he was actually smiling. You're my student. For now maybe, but don't worry Sensei, I won't do anything until we're both ready. She stood beside him, her usual distance feeling much closer than it really was. I'm just letting you know so you have more than a whole year to consider your options. He remained silent as they walked towards the train. He had heard about students getting crushes on their teachers. But he never thought it would be possible for someone to get a crush on him. He was just some nerdy quirkless guy. Maybe Nijire was just teasing him. Their eyes met when he tried to sneak a look at her. Her smile brightened, causing his BLD rush and his heart to P&D. He needed to calm down. He needed to be rational. Nijire was just his student. That was it. His funny, amusing best friend of a student that was really pretty and probably the cutest thing in the world, and if he was so screwed. Please don't tell anybody else what you said today, Nijire. It might make things worse. She tilted her head as they boarded the train, Nijire sitting just to his left. Oh, I know, Sensei. I don't want you to lose your job because of me. That's why we're going to wait until I graduate. That way you won't get in trouble for dating your student. Or you could get a girlfriend by then and I'll back off. And what if you graduate and I don't want to date you? She hummed, finger tapping her cheek. Do you not want to date me, Sensei? Please don't use the word date and Sensei in the same sentence. That's not a no. No, it really wasn't. Nijire was dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Not dangerous in that she would hurt him, she could certainly, but given his quirkless nature that was simply his reality. No, Nijire was dangerous in a more subtle way, like a skeleton in his closet just waiting to ruin his whole life and that he had no control over. Not that Nijire was trying to do any of that. True to her word, after making her intentions known, Nijire acted just the same as she always did. No. Aside from a few hints that were quickly becoming more and more obvious to him, Nijire was perfect. She was happy as always, cheerful as always, asked questions as always, and was a huge help, as always. No, the problem was him. Izuku sighed, looking over the same paper once more. It was the last bit of work he had to do before the new semester started. But once again he found his mind wandering towards Nijire. He already had difficulties not seeing his students as his friends, and at first he thought nothing of it. But now with Nijire's he couldn't help but see her as a potential romance. And it was more than a little distracting, just knowing that she had a crush on him. She hadn't even done anything since then. It wasn't like he wanted to get her in trouble over this. No, there was a firm line that was allowed and Nijire hadn't crossed it. What on earth was he supposed to do about all of this? I am coming. The door to the teacher's room slammed open and the last person Izuku ever would have thought entered the room dressed in a tight-fitting yellow pinstripe suit. All Might. Through the door like a normal person, Izuku fell backward, rolling out of his chair and gawking upwards at his all-time favorite hero. All Might, he stammered, trying to get back onto his feet. What are you doing here? All Might was here. At UA. He had heard he was in the area, but for him to suddenly appear at UH during the spring break while he was the only teacher in the room, something strange was going on. Was he dreaming? If it was the first one where Nijire wasn't asking him weird questions. Not that she needed to know that she's been in his dreams. I'm a new teacher here. All Might pointed a massive thumb into his eyes and smiled, his near 7-foot-tall figure dominating the room. And you must be Dave's boy, young Midoriya, if I'm not mistaken. He's told me a lot about you. All Might placed both hands on his hips and let out a laugh. I think he considers you the son he never had. But don't let little Melissa hear that. You're a teacher here. He had to be dreaming. Just had to be. Certainly, I believe I'll even be splitting classes with you. All Might held out a hand over his mouth like he was telling a secret despite his voice remaining the same volume. I must apologize to you though. It appears as though Nizu has been piling on my workload onto you and I forced you to do all the interviews solo. Thank you for your strong work. Ah, Izuku blinked slowly and nodded. He was dreaming. It wasn't that big of a deal. I managed to get everything done in the end. Ah, that's wonderful. I see you're everything that Dave said you were. Melissa seemed to think highly of you as well. All Might patted him on the back, knocking the wind out of him so fast that the resulting vacuum brought it back in. He said that you were a genius when it came to quirks and that he trusts you with all of his heart. All Might's hand rested on his shoulder as the #1 hero took a breath. And because we will be working together, there is something that I must trust you with. This was very much a dream. He hadn't had a dream like this in a while. I'm flattered, All Might, really. All Might was complimenting him, but I'm just some kid that really likes quirks. I'm nothing special. Nonsense, I've seen your research, you're one of the brightest minds of your generation. In addition to that, you have a natural longing to help others. That's how Dave found you, was it not? All Might took a step back and squared his shoulders. Perhaps if you were a few years younger my search would be over. But as it stands, perhaps you can help me. I'd be happy to help, but I'm not sure what I can really do for you, All Might. Izuku let out a breath of air, his shoulders slumping to one side. I'm just some kid that really likes quirks and heroes. Exactly, All Might pounded his ear. Normally, I wouldn't expose myself such as this, but the word of my friends and my sidekick combined with this gut feeling I have about you tell me that this is right. Steam erupted from All Might, and in its place was a skinny, malnourished man with blonde hair. I need you to help me find the next pillar of peace and justice. He was dreaming. Nigire blinked as she saw Izuku-sensei wandering around outside. The late March showers had been persistent in her spring break, which had put a serious damper on her fun. Sure, she spent a lot of time with her friends, watching movies and having a few study sessions that turned into pillow fights, but it just lacked the usual zest she associated with spring. With another sip of her tea and finished it. She might not have been planning on seeing Izuku-sensei before classes started again, but when her dorky sensei was out wandering the streets without an umbrella again, who was she to just let the opportunity pass her by? Besides, if he kept walking out there in the rain, he'd get a cold. Finishing her tea and leaving money on her table, she rushed out the door to catch up to him. She flew across the street on purpose this time and landed right next to him. He looked lost in thought, more than normal at any rate. It wasn't until she was right next to him with her umbrella covering him did he realize she was there. Nigire, what are you doing here? He asked, shaking his head briefly. Protecting you from the rain, sensei. She hummed, swaying from side to side, giving him time to process things. But what are you doing here, sensei? I thought you were still at getting things ready. Izuku blinked and shook his head again before looking around. Sorry about that, Nigire. But then I went for a walk and I guess I got lost in thought. You took a walk in the rain? She asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Without an umbrella. I've run out to dance in the rain, but you're completely soaked. Izuku-sensei, what happens if you get a cold? Well? He stammered, blushing as she drew in close. Well, I just had a lot on my mind is all, and I forgot my umbrella at you. You really shouldn't be too concerned about me, thought Nigire. Ahu. She handed him the umbrella and started to push him from behind. His back was absolutely soaked. We're going straight home. You're completely soaked. I wouldn't be surprised if you ruined your vest, Nigire. What? You don't have to, I can get home on my own. She stopped and walked in front of him, hands on her hips and one eyebrow raised. Either I walk you home, or I fly you home. Actually, the idea of carrying Izuku to his apartment bridal style was really tempted. But he probably wanted some dignity. Besides, trying to fly with someone might be strong, though maybe she should practice for a rescue mission. Okay, don't get so pushy, Nigire. Izuku sighed, and began to lead the way to his apartment. I just have a lot on my mind is all. You always have a lot on your mind, though. Like you have more on your mind than I have questions about things, and that's like, mega bizarro. She hummed, enjoying the fact that Izuku-sensei was now carrying her umbrella. No wonder you always forget your umbrella. You got me there. He smiled at her, raising an eyebrow. Though for some reason you always seem to show up whenever I do forget it. Why is that? She shrugged. Well, someone has to keep track of you. I bet Melissa had to constantly take care of you back on island. The guilty look on Izuku's face told her that she was not wrong. Well, she did do a lot for me. Making sure I was fed and your immune system is bad, sensei. Am I going to have to wait for you every day when there's a rainstorm? Izuku sniffed and rubbed his nose with his sleeve. The fabric was so wet that it was nearly transparent. You do that even when it's not raining. And I'm fine, this is just allergies. I'm fairly certain allergies don't make you shout sensei. Now come on, let's get going before things get worse. She turned her head and looked at a nearby market. Actually, didn't Izuku-sensei mention that he doesn't really cook? Actually, 1 second, I'll be right back, she spun, flying towards the store, and emerged a moment later with a bag full of vegetables and other soup stuff. The sight that greeted her was Izuku Sensei looking considerably more miserable and a bit like a lost and thoroughly soaked puppy. He sniffed his nose, sounding like it was already full of snot. What did you get? Dinner, she beamed, holding up both bags. Thanks for waiting. No problem, it's your umbrella. Another sniffle. So, what's been on your mind, Sensei? More than usual. She asked as they turned another street. They were close to his apartment, maybe a few streets away. Maybe she should have dragged him to hers. Wait, that would be much worse for him if someone found out. Her going into his apartment was already risky, but him going inside hers would probably be too much. Oh, well, I met All Might today and talked to him for a while. Izuku sniffled, a smile on his face. Apparently he's going to be teaching the hero course to the first years. Oh. She blinked, staring at a group of kids as they crossed the road. I don't think I'm supposed to know that yet. Izuku Sensei shrugged. I didn't know until today, and I'll be working with him a lot. Apparently, he was supposed to be the one helping me during those interviews. Oh, well, I guess I would have found out in a few days when class started up again. True, I'm still trying to process the whole thing. They continued all the way up to Izuku's apartment, and then stopped at his door. Thanks for the help, Nejire. I'll see you at school. Oh no, you don't, Izuku. She pressed a finger into his as holding up the bag of food she bought. I'm going to cook you dinner to help you get over your cold. But no buts, you need this, Izuku Sensei, and I'm not taking no for an answer. He caved. He caved strong. Very, very strong. He looked into the small kitchen he had as Nejire hummed to herself. The apron his mother had gotten him was being used for the first time for its intended purposes. Her normally long flowing hair was tied back into a ponytail, and he had a strong time not thinking that Nejire was actually really cute. That and her food had smelled amazing. The smell hadn't hit him when he was in the bath minutes ago, but at that point, he was too focused on the fact that Nejire was 2 rooms away while he was naked. And now he was sitting at his kotatsu as he watched Nejire cook. This was wrong on so many levels. He shouldn't have a student in his apartment cooking him dinner, he shouldn't be enjoying it, he shouldn't be wanting it to happen more often. But he was. Hey, Nejire. Yes, Izuku. She said his name again in that cute way she had. It was so different when she didn't include the sensei. It was far too personal and sent a shiver down his spine. She turned to look at him, smiling brightly, a ladle in one hand as she poured soup into a bowl. What is it? Oh, He paused. He really was sick. Well, I just wanted to know why, 'cause you're sick. I like cooking, and I wanted to see the inside of your apartment. She looked around. It's cute and cleaner than I thought. Oh, thanks, but that's not what I meant. She slid the bowl in front of him. It was a thick and healthy broth filled with vegetables. It kind of looked like some of the soups that the American restaurants offered on Island. It also smelled fantastic. Oh, Nejire sat across from him, blowing on her own bowl. Then what did you mean? I wanted to know why you told me that you like me. That sounded more awkward than he wanted it to, but was probably the right amount of awkward. I mean, you said you wanted to wait until you graduated, but if that was true, then why tell me now and not when you graduated? Oh, she blew onto her soup again. Her smile sent a chill down his spine. I could have waited, but I wanted you to know so that when I do graduate, I'm not just your student anymore. I wanted to put the idea of me being your girlfriend in your head before that. I guess that was kind of manipulative. Sorry, Izuku. He probably shouldn't tell her that it worked. Besides, you seem like the dense kind that would have problems accepting girls' feelings even if she confessed to your face. She probably wasn't wrong. Nejire hummed as she moved about the playground, getting things all for Izuku Sensei's class set up. There were even more things this year. But that made sense. He had like 3 classes he needed to teach. It still sucked that he wasn't going to be teaching the 3rd years. But at least she got to be his TA for one of the classes. She spun, setting up another obstacle in the ceiling, a set of bars that were dangling at different levels and angles. She had no idea what they were for, but they looked pretty. Twirling in the air, she saw the others strong at work. Mirio and Tamaki were also setting up some new goodies, and then there was that pink-haired girl with the cool goggles and the big boobies, May. she was currently working on It was a thing. While Izuku was pacing in front of the door going over his clipboard like a hawk. With a smile she dove down towards him, stopping just short of crashing down into him. She circled him, like a shark in the air, waiting for him to pay attention to her. Normally he was aware of her before she was even aware of him, and he'd been extra jumpy since she told him her intentions. Which was good. It meant he was thinking about them. But right now he was completely lost. Reaching over she flicked a bit of his hair and he didn't even look up. His hair was so fluffy. Maybe she should ambush him and give him a haircut. It was getting rather long, wasn't it? No doubt that would leave her adorable sensei trembling the whole time though. In many ways, Izuku was just as chicken-hearted as Tamaki, but he had this odd bravery about him that acknowledged those fears he had and kept pushing forward. He really was amazing. Or maybe that was just her crush talking. Izuku-sensei, she sung, plucking one of his hairs as he turned past her again. He jolted straight up, like someone had cracked a WHP, his posture being corrected as he turned to look right at her. His face went red and he touched the back of his head. "Oh, Nejire, what is it?" "Nothing, really, you just looked like you needed a distraction." She spun around and sat down in the air, her legs crossed. It wasn't perfect as she was slowly spinning upside down. She could correct it, but this was fine too. "So I'm here to distract you. Did you finish all your quirk theory ideas for your new students?" "Oh, for the ones I think need it, yes, but for the majority of them, they're going to be dissecting their own quirk to try and develop their own exercises. I'll still be helping them along the way, but now I have 2 years to teach them what I taught you guys in 8 months, Izuku laughed and tapped his clipboard. "That way I don't have to plan for 90 students, even if May could keep with the orders." The pink-haired girl popped her head out of her contraption for a moment before diving back into it like a squirrel. "That kind of sounds like you're being lazy, Izuku-sensei." She hummed, now completely upside down. Thankfully she wasn't in her school uniform and just a plain shirt and a pair of shorts. Otherwise, she'd basically just be flashing Izuku-sensei. His face went red and he turned to the side. "Well, I was busy enough with one class, and learning to pace myself is important for a job like this. I'm still going to give it my all, it'll just take a bit longer." She squinted her eyes staring at his hair. It was so wild. He'd probably look really good with like an undercut. She'd have to get Yu's advice on that. "Is there anything else, Nejire? Can I cut your hair?" "No, Dawn. If he kept growing it, maybe he'd put it into a man bun or a loose top knot. He'd probably look super good like that class 1B had gone well enough yesterday." Naturally, they were disappointed that they were unable to do hero training that day, but thanks to that red-haired girl Atsuka, the class was quick to settle down and even enjoyed his first lecture. That practical portion went good as well, as he thought a lot of their quirks were really interesting. Especially Nieto's. But now, it was time to introduce himself to Class 1A. Which should be quite the event. On the one hand, Hitoshi Shinso was in that class, likely because of the interest that Aizawa had shown in the boy. But on the other hand, "Hello," he smiled at the class walking towards the podium, trying really strong not to make eye contact with a certain student in seat number 17. Maybe he should have taken Nejire's offer for a haircut, or agreed for that plastic surgery trial back on Island. He really should have known that he would have ended up here. With his back to the class, he held his head high and began to write his name on the board. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'll be teaching you quirk theory as well as overseeing the practical, deku, OF. Here we go. What the F is a quirkless loser like you doing here?" Portion of the course where we will be, he attempted to continue. "Oi deku F, talk to me. Katsuki." He heard one of the students start. It was a female. "How do you know Midoriya-sensei? And you shouldn't talk to him like that." "Bullshit. He's just some quirkless loser that used to babysit me. He was really worthless." Katsuki continued to growl. "I bet he's just a janitor pretending to be a teacher. Isn't that right, you useless?" So this was what it felt like to snap. He slammed his clipboard down onto the podium, the snap silencing the room. "Katsuki Bakugo. Sit down and shut the F up. If you call me Deku one more time, or even so much as swear at me one more time, I will everything in my power to make sure that you're expelled. And I know Aizawa-sensei would agree with me in a heartbeat." The class was dead silent. And the look on that awful little shit's face as he stared at him wide-eyed was everything he had dreamed of. He really should have stopped babysitting Katsuki after the first time, but he had a crush on Mitsuki and the money was good. Stupid teenager was stupid. Still, it was technically because of Katsuki that he met Dave. He took a breath overlooking his students meeting each of their eyes for just a moment. Except for the girl with the invisible quirk, he just kind of guessed with her. He righted his tie and composed himself. Sorry about that. He smiled at them, trying to dispel his outburst. It is as Katsuki said, I did use to babysit him and I see that he hasn't matured at all. That got a few chuckles and a growl. I am indeed also quirkless. Which means I was never a hero. So many of you might be wondering what I can teach you. Which, considering how they had pro-heroes teaching English, seemed a bit hypocritical. At least they had degrees and credentials. The answer is simple. I've spent 5 years on I-Island researching quirks. I know them inside and out, and the principal of UA agrees with me that knowing about quirks will make you better heroes. I've been a teacher here for 8 months and have worked with the students of Class 3B. If you want to see what my course and my knowledge can help you achieve, watch them at the sports festival. He sighed again and smiled at them. Now then, are there any questions before we begin the introduction? His heart was pounding as he answered their questions. A few were personal questions, others were about I-Island. But most were directly tied to quirk theory. A few students, such as Momo and Hitoshi, asked almost as many questions combined as Nighteye did on his first day. Maybe he should have had some of his students show up to speak about the class. No, that would have been problematic. Tamaki wouldn't have been able to speak, Mirio would have wanted to fight them, and Nighteye would have asked a lot of questions. A demonstration would be ideal, but without knowing the base, his new students would likely just assume that the abilities were their baseline without acknowledging their strong work. No, the best course forward was to demand their trust and teach them to the best of his abilities. Besides, he didn't have enough time to look over all of their quirks to formulate simple tricks. So, Midoriya-sensei, like what's the point of this class then? A pink-haired girl with black and yellow eyes, yellow horns, and pink skin asked, leaning back in her chair. Mina Ishido, she wasn't all that great at academics, but her practical skills were up there. Shouldn't we be learning this stuff in hero training? Yes and no. He turned his back to them and began writing on the board. In the hero training course, you'll be learning how to perform a rescue and live combat skills. In my class, you'll be learning to use your quirk to its fullest potential, and later in the year you'll be developing your super moves with me. He turned, smiling at them all again. Does that clear things up? They started to roar with excitement at the idea of super moves. Well, most of them were. There were a few confused looks like they had no idea how to even make a super move with their quirk. And then there was Shoto Todoroki, who just looked at him indifferently. Katsuki just glared at him, his pen on the paper as he took notes. Or more likely drew angry drawings. Sensei, a boy with red hair, shot his hand straight up. Ijiro Kirishima. How exactly can I improve my quirk? It's just making my skin strong. There's not a lot I can do with it. But that's the point of the class. To figure out how. Now let's get started. So, you still have a crush on Midoriya-sensei? Yu asked with a heavy sigh. Her hair now a vibrant green that just kind of popped. Nighteye hummed, turning her head to the side as she smiled. Yep, I even told him that when I graduated that I'd be his girlfriend if he didn't already find someone. That made Yu groan as she sank back against the wall, her book bag being supported by her forehead. I had a feeling you'd go and do something crazy, but for you to actually confess to him. Shish. You make it sound like you never had a crush on a teacher? She laughed at her friend, poking her in the cheek. Didn't you have a giant crush on Aizawa during your first year? Yu slapped her hand away, her face was starting to redden. I did, but I never confessed to him. Besides, you're making it sound like you're already in love with Midoriya-sensei and just waiting to marry him. She hummed, tasting that word in her mind. Oh God, I'm just feeding you ideas now, aren't I? Maybe, she half-sung as she pushed off the wall, as Izuku exited the building. He was looking a bit more tired than normal, and it was only the 3rd day of classes. Oh, I wanted to cut his hair soon. What style do you think would look good on him? Seriously. I mean, he kind of already has that sloppy hot nerd look going on. Just trim it a bit and he'd look better. Yuyu groaned, sliding her bag onto her shoulder. Well, you have fun with Midoriya sensei. I'm going to go have a normal high schooler life and go to karaoke. She looked at Midoriya sensei, who was being ambushed by Mei, who had a new gadget. How did she make one already? As several of the other girls also began to crowd around him. She was not jealous. She was not jealous. Izuku looked over at her and smiled. He was pleading for help. Yep, she had nothing to worry about. He might be an adorable nerdy teacher, but he was still Izuku. She had almost nothing to worry about. She waved at him and turned to chase after Yuyu. Wait up, you, I want to go to karaoke too, so, Izuku-sensei? Nijire wrapped her arms around him from behind. Her soft and increasingly noticeable zizi to him at any rate was pressed against his back as that familiar sweet scent that seemed to follow Nijire around wafted over him. Whatever spell Nijire had cast on him when she first confessed had been working. Do I get a reward for coming in second place at the sports festival? Oh, that was all. Reward. He squeaked and removed her from his back as she continued to float there, a cheerful smile on her face. What were the chances that she knew exactly what she was doing to him? Oh right, this was Nijire, who he had come to accept as a mad genius when it came to subtle social manipulations. That, or he was just a lonely man and attention made him weak in the knees. What did you have in mind, Nijire? He asked, trying not to freak out. Nijire laughed as she landed next to him, hands on her back. Well, since people are calling us the Big Three now, why don't you buy us dinner tonight? I know you don't have any plans. The truth is what kept that from being insulting. Truthfully, the only thing he had going for him was work. He really needed to go out and meet new people. But she did have a point. With the success of the Big Three, nobody would challenge how important his class was. Or at least they wouldn't for a little while. Sure, did you have some place in mind? He blinked, watching her face light up. That isn't expensive. Oh, I know just the place. Nijire did a flip for no other reason than her pure joy and excitement for the idea. I'll go tell Mirio and Tamaki we can go tonight. We'll meet you at the gate, sensei. Before he could even speak, she had zoomed down the hallway with the same speed and grace that had won her second place at the sports festival. No matter how often he saw her do it, her ability to effortlessly swim through the air still put a smile on his face. I guess I should check my bank before tonight. It was just a ramen shop. Are you sure this is the place where you guys want to eat? Izuku asked, looking up at the shop sign dominated by a blonde-whiskered man wearing a headband with a leaf on it. A giant Uzumaki right behind him. Of course, Sensei. Mirio laughed. This place is full of memories for us, and now we want to share those memories with you as well. Memories? Izuku asked, looking back at his 3-star students. Nijire was bouncing on her feet, ready to dive headfirst into the shop, while Tamaki was drooling. Yuyu, who had just kind of joined them, nodded at him. It's where these three became friends 2 years ago, Yuyu explained, her hair a deep scarlet red. He'd only seen her a few times and spoken to her fewer times, and each time she had a new hair color. She was Nijire's best friend. Oh, you don't have to pay for me, by the way, sensei. His wallet was grateful, but his generosity refused the notion. Nonsense, Yuyu, you might not have been in my classes, but you're still one of my students. Think. Well, this is for them anyway, so if they want you to join, then I'll pay for it too. You heard him. Nijire twirled behind Yuyu and began to push her into the ramen shop. Come on, let's get our seats, I'm starving. Tamaki nodded and followed them in, his usual shyness being overpowered by his hunger. Shall we, sensei? Mirio nudged him in the arms and winking. It's best not to keep a lady waiting. Mirio, he gasped, nearly falling over. Please don't joke like that. How many people did Nijire tell? Sorry about that, sensei. I guess that joke went a little too far, but you have to admit, even from outside, you and Nijire would make a cute couple. Was it that obvious? With a sigh, he walked towards the shop, instantly being flooded by a hearty aroma that nearly kicked him in the butt. Okay, maybe there was something to this ramen shop. Could we please talk about something else? I could get in trouble with something like that. Oh, right, sorry, sensei. Mirio opened the curtain for him with his superior height and reach. Somehow he ended up sitting right in the middle, Mirio, and Tamaki to his left with Nijire and Yuyu to his right. And before he knew it, the biggest bowl of ramen he had ever seen was placed right in front of him. A spice-filled aroma made him salivate at the smell of it, and the presentation was utterly delightful. To Class 3B, Mirio broke his chopsticks and held them in front of his bowl. To one more year Yu cheered. To Izuku Nejire hummed. To my students, he joined in, before diving into the bowl and letting the taste set in. He had spent so much time on Island eating foods from around the world, he had almost forgotten what a good restaurant bowl of ramen looked like. And to full stomachs? Tamaki was the first to begin slurping. "Oh hey, sensei," Mirio asked halfway through his bowl. "I've been meaning to tell you that sir wants to meet you." His head snapped away from the bowl, dragging a good bit of noodles along with it, as he tried to speak. Slurped up the noodles, cheeks flushed by his own childish actions. But he must have heard Mirio wrong. Sir Nighteye wanted to meet him. But was it about what All Might told him? Or was this something else? "He does?" Mirio nodded. "Yeah, apparently he's been looking forward to actually meeting you for a while. I think it's because I spoke so highly of you." "Hey wait, that's not fair, Izuku-sensei. If you're going to meet Sir Nighteye, then you need to come meet Ryuko too. I'm sure she'd love to meet you." Nejire slapped her hands on the table, drawing his attention back towards her. Really? She was jealous of that. Fat gum too. He barely heard Tamaki mumble from the other side of Mirio. "During the internship week, I should have enough time to visit all of your hero offices. Would it be too weird to bring his autograph book?" Wait, he still needed to get All Might's autograph. "Yay," Nejire cheered. "You're going to love her, I just know it." Were sweaty palms normal? Of course, they were normal. That was why people had them. It was totally a thing and nothing to be even more nervous about. Especially since he was already so nervous that he was freaking out and about ready to hyperventilate. Sure, he had met All Might. But he didn't have any time or warning about that encounter to work himself into a frenzy. Besides, All Might was by all accounts a very friendly individual. Nighteye was known for exactly not that. And he wanted to meet him. Was this a test? What if it was a test? What if they were busy? What if something was happening? What if he walked in and they were in the middle of some super important investigation and he ruins it? "Ah, you must be the Midoriya sensei." He spun on his heel to see a tall man with a centipede for a head, carrying a stack of papers and a briefcase. "Mirio had told us a lot about you, and mentioned you'd be coming this week. I am Centripeter, a sidekick of Sir Nighteye. It is a pleasure to meet you." He placed the briefcase down and extended a normal hand towards him. Izuku took in and began shaking it. "That's right. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Centripeter, sir. I'm here because my student Mirio said Sir Nighteye wanted to meet me." The bug-headed man's jaws clacked as he gave a polite laugh. "I see what Mirio meant when he said you were nervous, but please come on inside. I can assure you our office is not as scary as we make it out to be." He nodded and followed the well-dressed man inside the building. It was a modest multi-story building, complete with an empty reception desk and a long single hallway that extended out into the back. "I must say, you're quite impressive," Centipede said as they passed an empty room. "Not many at your age are able to graduate with full masters from my island and then obtain a teaching job at UA, all within a few months of each other. Especially since Island runs on the American school schedule." "Oh well, when you basically invent the whole field yourself, you kind of get to make up the rules." He laughed, trying not to blush at the praise. "I just really like quirks is all. You should learn to accept a compliment. Humbleness is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less." More mandible-clacking laughter. "Sorry, I read that on a message board and had been wanting to say it for a while. Still, it does apply. Not many people invent a new field of study and application in much the same way you do." It still didn't really feel like he did anything impressive. "Thank you. You're most welcome now then. Here we are." Centipede opened the door and the sound of roaring laughter could be heard from inside the room. Standing off to the side looking quite scared as a blue-skinned girl with short hair, in the middle of the room was Sir Nighteye as he glowered at Mirio, who was strapped to a large metallic torture machine that was currently tickling him half to death. "I'm sorry, sir, I'll make a better joke next time," Mirio roared with laughter. "See that you," Sir Nighteye paused, standing straight and turning towards the door. Their eyes only met for a moment, before a deep frown spread across his face. The machine came to a stop. I take it you must be the famous Midoriya sensei everybody seems to be so fond of? I am. His voice cracked loudly and his hands were shot straight to his sides. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Nighteye. Sir, I've been a fan of your work for a while. I especially enjoyed your work in the Yojimbra case where you figured out that the student's quirk was spectral body, and how you worked him down. Oh, so you've heard about that case. Most people know me purely for my work with All Might. He pressed his glasses up and loomed over him. Why was everybody here so tall? Did quirks make people tall? Sometimes it really felt like that a hand extended out to him, and Sir Nighteye smiled at him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya sensei, Sir said simply, and the aura of menace he had moments ago was gone. I must say, I've been waiting to meet you for quite some time. You have? He took Sir's hand. The other man's grip was tight and he stared him in the eyes, making him uncomfortable. Did you see me with your quirk? A few times, but beyond that I found your thesis paper to be most intriguing. Sir let his hand go and stood at his full height once more. And I've seen what your training and theories have done to young Mirio, not to mention the others of his class. I originally thought you were wasting your talents with the position. I see now that evaluation was wrong. Oh, he found his hand falling to his side. The room was turning much more normal. And he felt his body relax as he began to smile at them. That was right. These were heroes. He had no reason to be nervous. Thank you. I've gotten a few people questioning why I'm teaching at UA. Why don't you come into my office for a bit? Sir turned, still smiling. Bubble Girl, please let Mirio out of tickle hell. And Centipeder, could we get some tea? Mirio watched as his sensei left for the day, a large smile on his face and his head held high. Even Sir seemed more relieved and happier than normal. Sir, did you see something with your quirk? Sir considered him for a moment and readjusted his glasses. Just a good friend, Mirio, just a good friend. When she said that Izuku sensei would love Ryuko, she did not mean for them to actually be flirting. Sure, she wouldn't stand in the way if Izuku got in a relationship with someone. But she was not okay with being the cause of that relationship. Oh, you must be joking. All Might said that. She heard Ryuko laugh from the table that her and Izuku were currently chatting over. It wasn't her normal laugh, it was her flirting laugh. A cup of tea and a few snakes was all that separated those two. You must be joking. I'm not, Izuku said loudly, somehow completely immune to the fact that he was talking to one of the top 10 most attractive and single female heroes in Japan. It was in a magazine, so it had to be true. He really doesn't know a lot about computers. He left most of that stuff to his sidekicks. I keep having to help him with programs. Oh my, it sounds like All Might is more of a grandpa than the #1 pro hero. Ryuko practically purred. Now, you must tell me, how is that grumpy old Aizawa doing? Nighteye bit her finger as she tried to drone out the obvious sound of her crush and her boss flirting. She should have seen this coming. Izuku was cute, smart, and really a just wonderful guy. And Ryuko was finally getting out of a slump after her most recent breakup. She clacked on the keyboard angrily, hoping to drown out the sounds of them flirting and the growing knot in her stomach. Maybe something will happen and they'd have to leave sooner. So, tell me, Izuku sensei, Ryuko's teasing tone could be heard from a mile away. Are you seeing anybody? Her eye twitched. Well, what are you talking about? Izuku stuttered and stammered. She turned back to see him nearly falling out of his chair. His face was bright red. Like a girlfriend? Apparently Izuku wasn't aware that they had been flirting for the past hour. She really needed to remember he was kind of dense. Instantly, at least half of her jealous vanished as she watched Ryuko try to chase after a catch that was already in someone else's bag. Okay, so she was still a little worried because really, who was going to try and stop a dragon from taking what it wanted? And now she was picturing Izuku as a princess that she needed to rescue. Why did her brain do weird things when she wasn't asking questions? Oh, so you are single? Ryuko let out a noise that was close to a growl. Well, why don't we go on a date tonight and see if we can't fix that? Izuku fell out of his chair, scrambling backwards. His face was very red. I'm sorry, I have a... He stood and headed towards the door at a half jog. I have a really bad allergy. To incredibly forward women, there was a silence as everybody in the office stared at him. He looked like he was about to explode. Sorry, Izuku squeaked and then bolted out the door. Well, that went great. Smiling to herself, Nijire floated over to where Ryuko was still sitting, a grumpy frown on her face. Ryuko, I think your desperation was showing. That earned her a real growl as Ryuko stood up, her eyes slit as she was about to turn into a dragon. Nijire, let's go out back. I need to work off some steam about this annoying little student I took on as a sidekick. Okay, Nijire beamed. It had been a while since Ryuko had wanted to spar, and this was a good chance. What followed was several hours of grueling torture. For both of them. How are you this bad at waking up? You're supposed to be a hero next year. Hey, heroes sleep in and you're a teacher. How are you always late? Bad time management. What's your excuse? I like to sleep. I can't argue with that. Now come on, we're going to be late. Wait, are we forgetting something? No, I should have everything. Are you forgetting something? I have our tickets right here, mine, yours, and mice. Wait, we forgot May. We did. Then why am I standing right here? May, how long have you been there? I slept at the airport. I wasn't going to miss a chance to go to Island for anything. Awesome, we have everything now. All we need to do is that our plane? To us. He felt like screaming. Thanks again for the ride, All Might. Izuku sighed, relaxing into his seat as he looked out the window to see nothing but the blue sea stretching out before them. It was bad luck that they had managed to miss their own commercial plane heading for the island. And good luck that they happened to run into Mirio and All Might on their way out. You're a real lifesaver. I don't think Dave would have let me live it down if I missed my first trip back. Don't mention it, Midoriya-sensei. All Might gave a weary laugh. We're workplace chums. Consider it an apology for relying on you so much at the school. I think teaching might be your true calling. And I don't think it's Dave you should be worried about. Melissa is the one that'll be really upset. What kind of Uncle Might would I be if I didn't bring home her big brother? All Might inflated to his muscle form and flexed for a moment. Are you going to be okay? He looked behind All Might towards the door where a no doubt mildly grumpy Nijire was pouting at not being able to sit next to him. But hey, at least she got to sit next to May and Mirio. Nijire had the natural ability to get along with just about anybody. You have to be exerting yourself the whole time, right? I'll manage. He deflated and waved a hand that was somehow skinnier than his own. So, since you were coming here with Mirio, are you considering him for your quirk? All Might nodded. My sidekick, sir. Nighteye has been insistent on me choosing Mirio, even taking it upon himself to further Mirio's training. They're both rather fond of you, and I do think that he would make a great successor. Him and Kirishima. Both of them have the easy-to-smile heroism I was looking for. There's a but, isn't there? A sigh. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I was once quirkless as well, but I find myself looking for someone that wants to be a hero despite their own inability. For them, it to be something beyond a dream for them. It sounds like you're looking for someone that's quirkless? If anything, it sounded like how he was before Dave found him. Maybe, but I'm not in a rush. Thanks to those exercises you gave me, I've even increased the time I can stay in muscle form a couple more hours. I dare say, you might have delayed my retirement by a decade. I didn't really do anything, I just applied Tai Chi practices to your work, seeing as how it works like inner strength, and just got lucky that it worked. Perhaps, but now then, a knock came from the door separating them with the others. All Might assume his muscle form just in time for the door to open, revealing a very cheerful Nijire, her long hair tied into a single ponytail due to their early morning rush. It still managed to twirl around at the bottom. Izuku, look, it's the island. She darted over to him and stuck her head out his window so that she was all but laying on top of him. He could feel the slight pushes of her quirk keeping her afloat. She was doing this on purpose. Haha, I take it it's your first time to Islandance, Hado? All Might boomed. Odd, I would have expected Mirio to share your enthusiasm. Oh, he's afraid of planes, especially if they go over the ocean. He's worried he might accidentally use his quirk and end up in the middle of the ocean. Izuku looked past Nijire and into the other cabin where Mirio was holding onto his chair for dear life, eyes closed, headphones in. Behind him was May, who was snoring loudly. It was impressive how much control that girl had over her sleep schedule. Nijire must have been bored out of her mind. Would you like to sit up here with us until we land, Nijire? It doesn't look like the others were very talkative. he offered, looking to All Might for permission. The always supportive man gave a quick nod. Nijire pulled her face from the window and looked at the two of them and then down at the table that was between them. Are you sure? I thought you guys were going to be drinking or smoking, which is why you didn't want to sit with us. Truthfully, it was so All Might could relax. All Might is a pro-hero and was the face of the anti-tobacco campaign for years. Izuku pointed at All Might and then to himself. And I'm a square. Ah, and that's why I like you, Izuku. Nijire beamed and took the seat right next to him. Fingers touching as they, you sure are close with your students, Izuku. It's great to see, All Might bellowed, laughing. And he really hoped that the man wasn't reading too far into it. Still looking at Island, he felt something he had felt in a while. Island was just as wonderful as he remembered it being. The air was filled with the scent of the open sea and gave off a crisp, clean smell that just couldn't be found in Tokyo. And after leaving All Might, and apparently Mirio, to a swarm of female fans, he was free to hit up all his old favorites. Which was pretty much the dorm room he no longer had and the university library. Maybe she should actually explore the island as a visitor this time. Alright, first things first is we should go drop our bags off at the hotel and then, Mei's missing, Nijire spoke up from his right as she pointed off in a random direction. What? Already? We just got off the plane, how could he lose the star pupil of the support department in less than 5 minutes? Well, when she woke up and got her pass, she cackled and said she had some ideas she wanted to work on and headed towards those buildings over there. It looked like she knew exactly where she was going. Nijire shrugged, shouldering her bag and an extra one. I have her bag though, I'm sure we'll find her eventually. After she gets arrested? That's still finding her, Izuku. She had a point. And wait, you normally call me sensei at least once today. Is something wrong? Did I mess up? Nijire hummed, placing a finger to her cheek as she smiled. No, that's not it. Izuku. They both turned to see a blonde-haired woman riding towards them on a Segway. Izuku, it is you, Melissa. He laughed, dropping his bags and opening up his arms to hug her. Her transportation vanished into a small rod as she flung herself at him. Her momentum and mass against his weight and general lack of strength resulted in both of them falling to the ground. Oh my goodness, Izuku, I haven't seen you in forever. How's you? Are you doing a good job teaching? What's Tokyo like? Have you seen Uncle Mike? And who's this? Melissa asked all of those questions as she stood up, looking over to see Nijire, who was doing her best to smile at her. Is she one of your students? I'm Nijire-chan. I'm Izuku's part-time assistant. Nijire beamed, looking incredibly cute in her hero costume. He's told me a lot about his family on island. An assistant? Wow, I guess you must be really important for them to give you a hero for an assistant. Melissa bumped his elbow before extending her hand out to Nijire. Nice to meet you, Nijire-chan. I'm Melissa Shield. I'm basically this dork's sister. Nice to meet you to Melissa. If you see a pink-haired girl with really cool crosshairs and her eyes cackling madly, that's Mei. She's Izuku's student and we kind of lost track of her. Nijire paused for a moment, tilting her head to the side. If there's an explosion, that's probably her fault. Melissa's face fell. That doesn't sound very good. It'll be fine, but what's your quirk? Why do you wear glasses? How bad are your eyes? How old are you? What do you major in? Have you made anything? Oh, what was that thing you were riding in on? It looked super neat. Nijire has entered rapid-fire question mode, it seemed. Oh, I don't have a quirk. I can't see good without my glasses. I'm 18. I'm majoring in the same field as my father. Support items. It's a pocket Segway that's really common around the island. Did you want to try it? Despite the smile on her face, Melissa sounded like she was listing off answers to a test. Oh yes, please. Nijire, you can fly. So, I'm not allowed to fly all the time. You're floating right now. 'Cause I'm excited. Melissa's laughter stopped their little argument before it turned into anything. I can see why she's your assistant, Izuku. You two sound like a married couple. He blushed. Nijire just beamed. But is your name Nijire-chan, or is that an honorific? Melissa asked Nijire. Oh, it's my hero name. My name is Nejire Hado, and because a friend thought it sounded cute, I decided to just go with Nijire-chan for my hero name. Nijire twirled, letting their bags fall to the ground. I can shoot waves of energy out of my body, so I really couldn't think of a good hero name based off of that. Though now that I can fly, maybe I should have called myself something with fairy in the name. Well, it suits you. Melissa nodded, and thank you for taking care of Izuku. He's a bit useless on his own. I know, he keeps forgetting his umbrella. Okay, he needed to put an end to this. Hey Melissa, All Might and I came in on the same plane. Why don't you go see if you can rescue him and his guest from his fans? We need to head to the hotel and then we'll meet all you at your dad's workshop. He lifted up both his bags and May's bag, smiling at his would-be little sister. He had a feeling she'd get along with Nigire, just was expecting them to at least wait for him to leave before they became best friends forever. Oh sure, he's a bit busy right now, but I think he'll be more than happy to see you and Uncle Might. This is going to be the first time we've all been together before. I'm so excited. She unfurled her transportation and revved the engine. I'll see you later, Izuku. Nice to meet you, Nigire-chan. Your sister seems nice, Izuku. Nigire hummed, picking up her bags once more, a large smile on her face. I like her. I had a feeling you would. He paused, looking around to get his bearings once more. The hotel shouldn't be too far away. He turned to Nigire and remembered what they were talking about minutes ago. So, why haven't you been calling me sensei today? A soft but mischievous smile appeared on her face as she walked right beside him. With her free hand she twirled one of her hair horns and raised an eyebrow at him. She walked with purpose, her hips swaying, and she took on a more mature pose. You know, Izuku, here on my island, nobody knows that you were my sensei. I'm just your assistant. Nigire, what are you saying? I'm saying that if we wanted to go on a date, nothing could stop us. How long have you been planning this? Like a week, when I realized that May wouldn't be a third wheel. She reached into her bag and pulled out a white piece of fabric tied by some strings. I even bought a super cute bikini to show you. He had never been so grateful that they were staying in completely separate rooms just down the hall from each other. I'm sorry, sir, but due to overbooking, we had to upgrade your party to the MSTR suite with 2 separate bedrooms, 1 double and 1 MSTR. We're sorry for any inconvenience this may cause. The overly cheerful voice of the holographic woman said. He felt a sense of dread build as he took the 3 key cards for the room and turned to see Nigire, who was smiling ear to ear. Maybe he should stop running from it and just embrace it. Yes, because that sounded like a fantastic way to lose his job. Their hotel room was probably the nicest place he'd ever stayed in. The main sitting area was easily larger than his entire apartment, with a large couch that divided the area into a small, more comfortable area equipped with a large TV, all of which was overpowered by the large windows that gave a breathtaking view of the island's lake and park area. Instead of joy, or wondering how much a room like this would actually cost, he was filled with suspicion. He stared at Nigire, who was all but bouncing with energy, her feet not even touching the ground as she fluttered around looking at everything. She instantly found that the windows were smart windows and could display things like the weather, current location, a map, best places to eat, and could even be darkened for privacy. Those windows were probably more expensive than his entire net worth. But more importantly, Izuku walked over to Nigire, trying not to smile as she marveled at just about everything in their room. But it wasn't their room. They had separate rooms. This was just the common area, living room area, and the kitchen. Kitchen. That was a nice kitchen. Maybe he could get Nigire's cooking again. That wouldn't be encouraging her, would it? No, that would just be okay. To us. So, how did you do it? He asked her as she flopped onto the couch for half a second and turned on the TV. Some kind of news was on. Do what? The TV. There's a remote right here. She held up the thin black bar before dropping it and grabbing a different remote. The fan then started spinning. No, I mean to get us this room. It had to be you. There's no way that we were given this because everywhere else was full. He turned towards the bedroom, his bedroom. The bed was huge, extravagant, and he was probably going to get literally the most amazing sleep he could ever imagine in it. How long were they staying here again? Nigire snorted as she did a backflip to get off the couch, and took 2 steps before she was in the air again. You think I did this? Like with hacking the database or something? I can barely use my phone. My email password is password also. Wow, your room is huge, I know. He tossed his bags down to the side and sighed. A week, they had a whole week here, or at least that's as long as the Expo was allowed. In theory, he could stay here a bit longer. if it wasn't for the fact that he needed to show up for the summer camp. So you didn't do anything to get us this room? No. Nijire shook her head as her feet touched the ground. Why was it a constant relief that she was shorter than he was? I think it's mostly just good luck. Or maybe May did it. But I don't think she'd care if she was forced to sleep outside in a box if she was here. She lifted her bag and marched into her and May's separate room. Besides, it's not like this really changes anything, does it? We're going to be spending most of our time out exploring the island, visiting your friends and family, going on a couple of dates, and just have a lot of fun, so you're not going to try anything? He asked. Something. Like what? She said with a bit of innocence to her voice that did a damn good job of hiding the cunning genius that lay below it. Her voice continued echoing through the hall and into his room. Izuku, my goal is to have fun with you this week. I'm not going to do anything you're uncomfortable with. Besides, I don't think I'm crazy enough to sneak into your room and cuddle with you in bed. But I would like couch cuddles while we watch a movie. Oh, that sounds like fun. Wouldn't that mean spending more time in here? He called, raising his voice just a bit to carry through the rooms. Well, yeah, but that won't be so bad. I can even make us dinner. He heard Nijire leave her room as her voice trailed after her. Then he heard the slider opened, followed by a gasp. Izuku, there's a hot tub. Nijire appeared in his room with stars in her eyes. We need to get in it. What? No. He asked, taking a step back from her. I don't even have a swimsuit. Not now, maybe not even tonight, but we can get you a swimsuit. Come on, let's go. I don't want to miss the preview either. Oh, she gasped, falling to her feet, eyes going distant. There's so much to do. He stared at her for a second. Was this what Nijire looked like when she was overstimulated? Was that really possible? It was kind of cute. Well, cuter than normal for Nijire. He snapped his fingers in front of her face. Nijire. Oh right, we need to go. Come on, Izuku. She didn't even wait for him to protest before grabbing his arm and dragging him out of their hotel room. There was so much to explore, so many questions to ask, and so much time she could spend with Izuku. Already she had done a villain obstacle course and got a score of 18 seconds. Then there was that hero with a quirk that turned him into a giant lizard, and apparently he was famous. There was so much stuff to do. Oh, Izuku. She floated down next to him, pointing at a large building. She suddenly understood his need to constantly wear some kind of a vest. It was basically the fashion on the island. Seriously, she'd seen more vests here in one day than she had in her whole life. Well, outside of a store, that is. What's in that one? That one. Oh, that's the main body of the Expo. Do you want to go check it out? Izuku gave a soft laugh, scratching the back of his head as he paid far too much attention to what everybody else was thinking. They were finally mostly alone and able to spend all this time with each other. Wait, she was the one flying around looking at all the things. There was just so much she wanted to know. So that's where they keep all the new support items, right? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I think a fair chunk of them use designs that Dave patented. A lot of them are generic as well, meaning that they just kind of make them and hope there's someone with a quirk that can use it. Most of the time there is. Wow, that sounded like it was impressive. We should probably go there before the crowds come tomorrow, right? Oh yeah, Izuku nodded, thrusting out his it gets packed. Then let's go. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along the paths, laughing at his protests. Should she call this a date? She'd have to ask Izuku if he called it a date. It wasn't a date unless both people thought it was a date. All she knew was that as she dragged Izuku around through the myriad of promos and talked to a few big pros, she was really happy. While she knew other things, like the things they were doing, were completely amazing, but somehow that felt ever so slightly more important. Then she saw something that made her raise an eyebrow and then smile. It was Mirio, smiling broadly and being his usual animated self, only kicked to 1,000 as he talking to Izuku's more or less little sister Melissa. Normally, romance wasn't something she really thought about, but just by looking at the two. Was she that obvious when she talked to Izuku? According to literally everyone that heard them talk to each other for more than 2 seconds, yes. Is that Mirio? Izuku asked from behind her. With Melissa? Yep. She kept her voice low despite her excitement. Mirio showing interest in a girl was rare and really exciting. We should go see if they want to join us. Izuku was dense, and she technically liked that about him. She slapped a hand on his zizi and held him back just the slightest bit. No, leave them be. What, why? He did look cute with his eyebrow raised. Seriously raised eyebrows. She was swooning over eyebrows now. Sure, she wanted to run her fingers through Izuku's hair while he rested his head on her lap, but that was actually romantic. She looked back at the pair of blondes and smiled. They were so into each other. Because I think they're flirting. Really? Izuku asked, shocked, his face twisting as he considered the question. Those two? He asked again, looking at them. No, they couldn't, they just met. There's no way that. His mouth fell open and he blinked, his right eye almost twitching. They are. I'm conflicted. But why? This is a good thing, she clapped her hand over her mouth as she blurted that out. Neither Mirio or Melissa looked their way. Yep, that made it official. Well, Melissa is kind of my little sister, so I'm supposed to do something right. But then Mirio is also my student and I shouldn't get involved with my students' love lives. That was why they were basically going to go on one giant date for the next week, right? She touched Izuku's shoulder lightly. You're also his friend Izuku, and as his friend, you should be happy that he's finally found someone that can make him smile like that. Well, he always smiles like that, but it's different. Izuku paused, running his hand through his green hair. No fair, when did she get to do that? And sighed. You're right, Nejire, I'll leave them be. Good. Besides, it'd be really weird to go on a double date before we've gone on a date. She snorted and grabbed him by the wrist before he could respond, enjoying the blush that grew on his face. Nejire, he half whined, half shouted. Music to her ears. Now come on, we need to get you a pair of trunks, and go get something to eat before the party tonight. She laughed, smiling at him as she floated backwards, slowing down to just barely faster than a walk and grabbing his other hand. You're going to love my dress. I am, he asked, blushing, his mouth all but hanging open. I'm not even wearing it yet, Izuku. Keep your mouth off the ground until then. His mouth hit the floor. And so did Nejire's. They had gotten back to their hotel room with time to spare, just enough food in their bellies to endure a party scene and a pair of board shorts for him to wear in the hot tub, and if the way Nejire was looking at the sandy lakeshore and various watercraft earlier was any indication, a trip or two to the lake. But what they hadn't expected when they got back to their room was to find May. Honestly, he kind of forgot that he was technically responsible for her. Standing in front of the large mirror in the walkway, applying the final touches of her lipstick. She looked cleaned. As in actually clean, not the I wiped the oil off clean she normally had, but a proper clean. Her hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, held in place by two high-tech looking pins. No, right now she looked like someone that actually cared about how they looked. A bit too much. The blue and gold cheapao dress she was wearing looked almost natural on her, as it brought out the woman that had probably always been there. A pair of long black gloves that reached more than halfway past her elbow had an elegant flower design on it, and the cut on the side was dangerously high, especially for someone like May. At least her shoes weren't some outrageous set of heels and instead were just flat. You're May, right? Nejire asked, finally snapping out of it. Then she was back to normal, looking around May with wide eyes filled with amazement. Right? What are you wearing? Do you have one I can wear? It looks so good. Oh, why are you wearing it? Where have you been? Is that lipstick? Do the things in your hair do anything? Are you going somewhere? May examined herself in the mirror for a second and nodded. She looked serene, appealing, and at peace. Then that smile came back. It's a cheapao dress, and tonight's the biggest party for inventors of the whole year. I might not have anything on display at the Expo yet, but this could be my chance to get even more sponsors than I got at the sports festivals. I can't wait to meet and greet with all those professionals. This is my chance. Ah yes, there was the mania he had grown to adore. How did you get into the hotel room? We didn't give you a key. More importantly, how did she know this was their room? The door. May shrugged and reached over to grab a small purse and tucked it under her arm. I'm going to head there early. I don't want to waste a chance of trying to get in good with the investors. See ya. Wait, your key card, and she was out the door. Well, she got in once. Well, that was something. He laughed, turning to Nejire, who was starting to undo her hero costume, the large rings that were around her arms falling to the countertop. She had that determined look on her face. Is something wrong, Nejire? May stole my thunder, she pouted, floating off into the bathroom where the shower turned on. making him very aware that Nijire was naked in there. Thankfully, he was fairly certain he has his own bathroom. After getting dressed in his best formal clothes, Izuku sat on the couch, staring not at the news but at the door to Nijire's room where she hadn't come out in a while. And the anticipation was getting a bit much. Try as he might, he couldn't shake the smile she had given him when she first mentioned her dress. She had sounded so happy, so eager, and that had rubbed off on him as well. Would she go with secretary cute? Appealing? Something in the middle? There were so many possibilities. Part of him knew he shouldn't be thinking like that, but that part of him was little more than a whisper that vanished when he was with Nijire. Izuku, can you come here? Nijire called from her room. He was at the door before he had even processed the request. His hand almost touching the door handle. What is it? I need your help, can you come in? The door's open. Her voice was soft. Steeling himself, he walked in prepared to help her with whatever request it was. Somehow Nijire stood in front of a mirror, hands behind her back as she struggled to put on a necklace of some kind. Her dress was a heart-stopping red that made her light blue hair and brilliant eyes pop. It was sleeveless and short, covering her body while leaving her slender arms and legs exposed. The cut was deep as well, showing off just a bit of a good amount of cleavage. She went all three. CC, cute, appealing, and brought them all to the maximum. All at once she looked ready to dance at a club, attend a family affair, and mingle at a party like the one they were going to. Necklace please, she whined, stamping her feet and pouting in the mirror at him. Right, hold still. He took both ends from her and clasped it around her neck, the golden chain holding a green stone that completed her outfit. He placed one hand on her bare shoulder for just a second and looked at her in the mirror. She was smiling widely at him as she touched his hand. What do you think? I think that you look appealing, Nijire. Her smile was so pure and filled with life that his heart melted. Thank you, I'm glad. She looked at Izuku, smiling at him as they rode up in the elevator. It was all she could do to not start floating and being even giddier than she already was. Instead she simply hummed, swaying back and forth, feeling the floaty bits of her dress float about her. It was basically official. She was Izuku's date to one of the biggest parties in the support and hero world, and Izuku looked absolutely adorable in his suit, especially with the little red bow tie that almost matched her dress. Seriously, he was just looking so amazing. He caught her looking and smiled at her. It was the kind of smile he had taken to giving her when they were alone, and he wasn't worried about anything. The kind that told her it was just a matter of time before they were official. You're really happy right now, he said softly, scratching the back of his head as he blushed just the slightest bit. It happened whenever he looked at her too long when she was wearing this dress. Which was just awesome. Score. Izuku thought she was cute. Of course I am. I'm going to a big fancy party where I get to wear this super cute dress that the guy I like said I looked really good in, and he keeps smiling at me whenever he looks at me. She hummed, watching as Izuku blushed even more. He was so cute. When he was embarrassed. And there's so much to look forward to. We have a whole week to spend on island. A whole week where almost everybody thinks that we're a couple already. Why wouldn't I be happy? The elevator dinged and the doors opened while Izuku was still recovering from her relentless assault. As a final blow, she hooked elbows with him and pulled him into the hall where many heroes and other people were milling about. Instantly she saw Mei talking to several businessmen and women at once, delightfully showing them what her pins could do. It looked pretty. Izuku, a man's voice called them over, and she saw Izuku's face look up. The man was wearing a simple gray suit, had short brown hair and a set of glasses. My boy, it's been too long. Dave, Izuku said, sliding out from her grasp to go and hug the man in a foolin' hug. So that was David Shield, Melissa's father and the man that brought Izuku to Island. I've missed you, ha. David laughed, pushing Izuku back as he looked at him. Judging by how skinny you are, I think you've been missing the food most of all, or is being a teacher that stressful? Tell me, how is you a... Izuku smiled and gave an easy laugh. It's been great, aside from All Might accidentally leaving all the paperwork to me. Ha, that does sound like him. Toe sheets. David called All Might over, who walked in smiling like a champ. Have you been giving Izuku a strong time? The number one hero gave a room-shaking laugh and slapped Izuku on the back. It's nothing he couldn't handle. Besides, he's a brilliant young man. Just look at his students. You saw the sports festival this year, did you not? Nijire leaned back, spotting Mirio for half a second as he took Melissa by the hand out onto a balcony from the rest of the crowd. Smooth. I did. Were those your students, Izuku? David asked, easily gesturing for someone to bring a drink over to their conversation. He then looked right at her and smiled. And if I'm not mistaken, this was the girl in the final round for the third years, was she not? That's right, she jumped up, finally getting into the conversation. I'm Nejire Hado. Izuku helped me learn how to use my quirk to fly, and now I'm an assistant in his class and I make sure that he doesn't forget his umbrella. He's an amazing teacher and I think that he's going to make a big difference with the heroes he teaches. Nejire? Izuku gave her a harsh whisper that she naturally ignored. How is that so? That's amazing. David swelled with pride as he handed Izuku a drink. I'm glad to hear that you're doing so well over there, Izuku. I guess I won't be able to lure you back to the island anytime soon though. Oh, why do you want Izuku back? Is there some super secret project that you need Izuku for? She asked, bouncing up and down. Nothing like that, I just think that there's a lot of good he can do here. Besides, he's the closest thing I have to a son, it's only natural I'd want to work with him. David shook Izuku's shoulder, smiling at him. But I'm happy he's following his dreams. Thanks, Dave. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to get ready for my speech. And see where Melissa went. David looked around the crowd, eyebrows raised. She bit her lip, wondering if she should keep Mirio's secret or to just blurt it out. They were a cute couple and she owed it to him for not saying anything about her gigantic crush on Izuku and her plans to basically stuck him. Nope. She was going to keep silent. Besides, if Melissa was with Mirio, there were few places safer. Apparently, there wasn't going to be a dance. Which was totally and completely fine. It wasn't like she was looking forward to it or anything. It wasn't really a real party. Sure, there was food and it looked like May was having fun and she did have some fun. But most of what went down was just nothing but conferences and boring talks. She did meet a lot of cool heroes and got some business cards from people that recognized her from the sports festival. But she really didn't want to call it a party. There wasn't even any music. At some point in the night, she had lost Izuku. Well, lost wasn't the right term, just drifted away as he was pulled into conversations with old friends, and she was busy asking everybody else a billion questions. It felt like it had been hours and people were already starting to leave. She spotted Izuku in a corner looking like he was completely done with talking to people. She took 2 steps and floated the rest of the distance over to him, being sure to grab another set of drinks along the way. I found you, Nejire hummed, landing right next to him and offering him a glass while leaning against the same wall he was. Not a fan of crowds. That obvious. Izuku took the glass and took a small sip. Thanks. Standing in the corner not talking to anyone is a good sign that you don't want to be here anymore. Tamaki goes right for the corner whenever we drag him anywhere. She hummed, taking a sip of their drink. Oh, it was fizzy. How have you been enjoying the party though? It's been fine. It was nice hearing Dave and the others talk, and I think a lot of the new gear coming out is going to help a lot. So I can't really say it was pointless, and I did catch up with a few people. He looked at her with a soft smile. And no one flirted with me. She tilted her head and placed a finger on her chin while raising a single eyebrow at him. Really? And why would that matter? Because you get jealous? I do not. You so do. You told Ryuko that her desperation was showing. You heard that? No, she told me when I bumped into her on the streets. Darn. Well, so what? I'm allowed to be jealous, aren't I? She huffed, putting on her best fake pout that lasted only for a second before smiling at Izuku. He shrugged, smiling back at her. I guess you are, but how have you been enjoying the party? You seem right in your element. I'm pretty spent. I really was hoping there'd be a dance or something more than talking to people. It's supposed to be a party, not just talking to everyone about everything. Even I get tired of that eventually. She swirled the liquid in her glass before finishing it off and looking to Izuku. You want to head back to the hotel? He looked around the party for a second before finishing his drink and nodding. Sure. Great. She finished her drink as well and grabbed him by the arms. Hold on tight. What? Izuku screamed loudly as she flew out of the building, holding him bridal style. Which was fair because they were way higher up than she thought they were. Nejire, Izuku said as they landed on the balcony of their hotel room, his legs barely under him as he stood there trying to gather his composure. Yes, Izuku. She bit her lips smiling at him. He looked really good with his hair pushed back by the wind. Please don't do anything like that ever again unless my life is in danger. He placed a hand over his heart and smiled at her. Especially without warning. Hee, sorry, I just wanted to get back here quick. She laughed, popping off her shoes to let her feet finally breathe. They might not have been heels, but they were still not super comfortable. She looked at the very welcoming hot tub that was just begging her to drag Izuku into, but that wasn't a tonight thing. So, what do you want to do? It's a bit too early to go to bed. Even if the first day of the expo is tomorrow. We can watch a movie or something. Izuku paused as he opened up the sliding glass door to the inside of the apartment. The window flashing green for a second as it detected their keycard. Actually, I think I have an idea. The moment he walked in, he turned on the lights while expertly kicking his shoes off to the side. She followed after him, closing the door behind her just as it began to change colors, the panels moving from soft pinks and purples that spread throughout the room. The TV turned on, playing some of the latest music without vocals and carried with a soothing beat that just put a smile on her face. With no small amount of effort, Izuku pushed the coffee table off to the side before standing and holding his hand out to her. Want to dance? Yes, she squealed, tossing her shoes and floated over the couch to meet him in the middle. This was by far the most romantic thing Izuku had ever done for her. This so counted as a date and counted as basically just absolutely everything. Do you even know how to dance? Not really, Melissa tried to teach me a bit, but I think we'll mostly be holding on to each other and spinning around a bit. He offered her a half shrug, his smile still shining as the light changed from purple to orange. Well, I don't really know how to dance with a partner, so we'll figure it out. She grabbed his hand just like they did in the movies and hummed as they began to sway to the beat. But I don't think we're supposed to slow dance to hip-hop. Does it matter? He asked, moving a hand around her waist and spinning her around so her feet left the ground. Nobody else can see us dance? I guess it doesn't. But does this mean you accept my feelings? She asked, one hand on his arm as she moved in closer, feeling Izuku's heart beating against her own. She felt him nod. You didn't really leave me with much of a choice. The way you've gone about all of this has my head spinning, and I just can't deny that I see you that way. You're more than a friend to me, Nighteye. So yes, I do accept your feelings and return them. You realize this will make things that much harder for you once we go back, right? She asked, burying her face into his shoulder as she felt her smile spread throughout her body. For both of us. I know, but like you said, we have a whole week here. So we should make the most of it, right? His hand held hers as they softly swayed to the beat of the song playing. Besides, I can't imagine it'll be easier for you either. True. She pulled away from him and looked up at him. Why did he look so handsome right now? Why was her heart racing? Oh right, giant crush on Izuku. Hey, Izuku. He hummed softly, looking her in the eyes. I'm going to embrace you now. He gasped when she did just that. His lips were chapped, his breath was hot, and it was little more than a peck. But it made everything just seem worth it. Izuku stared at the blue-haired woman whose lips were currently pressed against his own. Her eyes were shut and her entire body was bathed in fading purple light. He felt her smile against his lips as she pulled away, their lips clinging to each other ever so softly. She placed a hand on his he and met his eyes. Nighteye, he all but whispered into the night, still stunned by what had just happened. When he told her how he felt, how he was fully prepared to return her feelings, he hadn't expected an embrace so abruptly. She was right, things would be more difficult. Thank you for the dance, Izuku. Nighteye smiled, tilting her head to the side, her eyes fluttering down to his lips before she pushed away, slipping out of his arms easily. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? He watched as she floated to the door, her bare feet not once touching the ground. Yeah, Allah, good night, Nighteye. She paused at her door. He could still feel the linger of that embrace, and her smile made his lips tingle. Good night, Izuku. Her door shut with a click, and he stood there for a few breaths, just letting that one singular event play in his mind. His own stunned, stuttering confession, Nijaya's calm happiness, Her persistent, unhidden nature that allowed her to pursue things without worry. A squeal came from Nijire's room. Apparently, she was really happy. With a growing smile on his face, he headed off to his own room and went to bed thinking about the embrace he shared with Nijire. When he woke up that morning, his mind was still on that embrace, his lips tingling with the ghost of her touch, and it really only served to make him realize how different Nijire was. He had kissed and been kissed before, but it was strong not to notice just how different it felt with Nijire. Her single embrace was worth a lot more than those odd one-night stands. I wonder if he was stopped short as he headed towards the kitchen only for the girl's door to open up, and a very naked Mei Hatsum walk out with just a towel on her head. He blinked, then he pinched his nose covering his face and let out a sigh. Mei, put some clothes on. Oh sure thing sensei, forgot you were here. She pulled out one of those pins she had in her hair from last night. Where did she keep it? She clicked on the tip and a blue light covered her body, slowly taking on the form of a set of street clothes. There, all better. Now I need to head on out to the expo. There are so many people I need to show my babies to. She attempted to run, but he caught her by the arm. Mei, what is that? And was it what you used to dress last night? Oh, it's a strong light hologram. I made it yesterday morning with some of the equipment I found laying around in a lab. She beamed at him, holding up the small pin for him to see. It even feels like real clothes when people touch it. So you were naked last night if it wasn't for this pin? Honestly, he'd be amazed by the fact that she not only made something so impressive but did it in less than 6 hours if he wasn't so busy being concerned with being her teacher and her safety. No, I had underwear on. Still working on that bit. With a sigh, he pushed her back into her room. Put real clothes on, Mei, then go show the world your genius? By some miracle, Mei listened. Sure thing sensei, but it's so not cost efficient anymore with this. I'll never have to do laundry or... He shut the door and sighed. Why did he have to take the insane technophile to Island again? Oh right, she was an insane technophile that made him cool gadgets. Opening his eyes, he saw Nijire nursing a cup of tea as she stood at the entrance of the kitchen. The wry smile on her face quickly turned into a fake pout. What? He pushed off the door, staring at her as he realized what she was wearing. A tank top that was cut low enough so that the upper curves of her melons were visible. It was loose around her and rolled up just high enough to one side that he could see just the smallest glimpse of her stomach. Her pajama pants straddled her hips and just made her look so comfortable. And really secretary, really secretary. He blushed as her fake pout vanished and the smile returned. What? Oh, nothing. She pushed a bit of her hair out of her face. Her smile persisted through a quick sip of her drink. I was going to tease you about how you saw Mei naked before me. That was an accident, but then I saw how you looked at her, and then how you looked at me, and I realized I really don't have anything to worry about. She took the smuggest sip of tea he'd ever seen and wandered back into the kitchen. He could hear her humming with every step. You look thirsty, Izuku. You want something to drink? Once he got over his shock, he followed her into the kitchen and found her looking at different types of tea that they had in stock here. Was he going to have to pay for any of that? No thanks, I can wait for breakfast. I wonder. Nijire stuck her tongue out at him and winked. He leaned against the counter watching her make another cup of something. Are you sure it's okay to be flirting with Mei around like that? Oh, I'm not worried about Mei. She doesn't care enough to know, let alone tell anyone. She forgets my name half the time anyway, which is super rude, but she's also cute, so it's okay. Nijire turned to look at him with her large blue eyes still dancing like they had just kissed. He wanted to do it again. Would she let him? Would she allow him to lean in and embrace her? Right now, for no other reason than to do it again. A door slamming shut alerted him to Mei exiting the room she shared with Nijire. She stopped in front of him and twirled. She was fully dressed and she had that pin with her again. It was sparkling like it was last night. I'm dressed, sensei, can I go now? The expo is going to start soon. Hey Mei, I kissed Izuku last night. Nijire. Mei just raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Okay, who are you again? Nijire just smiled at him like she had just proven her point. He sighed and looked at Mei, more specifically the very glowing and very unusual hairpiece she was ever so fond of these days. I'd invite you to go to breakfast, but I feel like you'd say no. May nodded. He took a step closer and grabbed the pin from her hair. At least she had on underwear this time. Besides, you need to put on real clothes first. May made a noise that sounded like a gremlin and walked back to her room muttering about slowing the progress of science. A moment later she was out the door fully dressed in real clothing, which she demonstrated by putting on her shirt and socks as she walked out the door. Nigire hummed to his side, swaying as she looked at him, a soft smile on her face. So, what's the plan for today? Izuku. A chill ran up his spine when she said his name like that. He probably shouldn't let her know about that, if she didn't already. Well, first breakfast with Dave, All Might, Melissa, and probably Mirio, then I don't know, what do you have in mind? He asked, knowing full well that whatever plans they made were not going to matter once Nigire decided to do something else, and that he was going to spend the day with her. What I really want to do is probably something saved for nighttime. Something for the night. Yep, after we get back here. What is it? Nigire tilted her head to the side, her eyes sparkling at him. That's a secret. But I promise you'll enjoy it. What did it mean? Was she talking about the hot tub? Or something more? What was more? Section. Didn't she say she was jealous he saw May naked first? Was she that bold? They were barely a couple. They were barely on kissing terms. There was so much to consider. You're cute when your head is exploding, Izuku. She finished her drink and spun on her feet while SWNG her arms out wide. Now I'm going to go get ready. We have to meet the others for breakfast soon, right? Izuku bit his lip as he tried really strong not to look at Nigire any more than he already had. Why was she just suddenly so much more attractive to him? Was it because she wasn't wearing her school uniform at the moment so he could just enjoy her without that reminder? Or was it just the lingering effects of that embrace? Or maybe he was just being honest with himself. Her usual free blue hair that cascaded down her back was now confined into a ponytail that was held in place by a green hair tie, giving him a great view of the soft curvatures of her nape and upper back. She was wearing a simple white sundress that ended just at her knees with a few orange flowers on it. She leaned forward just a bit, handing something to someone, and he caught a glimpse of something on her back. Something that wasn't skin or fabric. Did Nigire have a tattoo? Probably not something he should bring up now. A kick from under the table and he saw Melissa smiling at him. She shot a glance at Nigire, then back at him, her face lighting up as she realized what was happening. Without speaking, she asked him if they were a couple. He could really only shrug. Apparently, that was all the confirmation she needed as her smile grew. I am here, All Might announced as he walked into their private room. A simple t-shirt and jeans were strained by his muscular form. Casually late for breakfast, Mirio stood beside him and matched his heroic pose. And I had to remind him of the time, and Melissa's smile grew even bigger as she looked at Mirio. Okay, there was something there. Maybe Nigire hadn't been crazy. It's alright, Toshi, we haven't ordered yet and most of us are used to your poor sense of time. Dave laughed from his seat, completely unaware that his daughter was crushing HRD on Mirio. And it appeared that the feelings were mutual. Maybe he'd have to ask Nigire. Hey, Izuku, Nigire pulled on his sleeve while holding the menu in her hands. Help me decide what to eat. I've never had, like, any of these foods. Like, what's a short stack? Or a Belgium waffle? What about biscuits and gravy? It all sounds good, but I can't eat that much. Well, I can eat a lot, but I heard American meals are huge. He could all but picture the drool sliding out of her mouth as she looked at the menu. Well, that depends on what you're in the mood for. If you want something sweet, pancakes or waffles are good, but if you want something more balanced, the bacon, eggs and potatoes combo is strong to beat. Something sweet. She scooted closer, leaning in to share the menu with him. Oh, that says strawberries, right? Yep, waffles tend to come with fruit. Her eyes lit up and he knew exactly what she was going to eat. Their food came after 30 minutes of chatting and just being friendly with each other. He'd missed these family-like moments with Dave and Melissa, but it also reminded him of when he took the big 3+ UU out for ramen. Maybe he should do that more often once they got back. Bank account permitting. Nigire's eyes lit up when their food came and she slapped him on the sissy at least twice before grabbing his shirt in pure excitement. She all but melted when she took that first WHP cream-filled bite of strawberry goodness. A movie night, the big super secret event that Nigire had planned was a movie night with him. He was more relieved than anything else. It wasn't that he wasn't very attracted to Nejire, but if she had been planning for something on the NTMT side of things, then he would have had to refuse. It was just too soon for something like that, wasn't it? As soon as they had gotten back from the expo and dinner with Dave and the others, she had forced him to get into his comfortable pajamas and then vanished into her room. He had heard the shower turn off at least 30 minutes ago. He leaned forward taking another bite of popcorn. It was still warm, no doubt due to some science magic in the bowl. As he did, he looked up and found his jaw unwilling to open. As she had done so many times of late, Nejire had stolen his breath away. Her hair was bound in the same ponytail it had been in, but instead of falling behind her, it rested over her shoulder. She was wearing a tight pink and purple t-shirt that showed off her curves and ended just below her belly button. The same pajama pants she had on earlier was still riding on her hips. Oh, popcorn, good choice. Nejire jumped onto the other part of the couch, then back down onto the floor before sliding past the table, taking a bit of popcorn and sitting down right next to him. Not just next to him, but right next to him. As close as she could get. Ready for the movie? Yeah. He said softly, nodding as he sat back down. What are we watching? Oh, a couple of movies that have been on my to-watch list for a while, A Silent Voice, and The Phantom Thieves of Heart. And a few others. Relax, they're not all romance. She snatched the remote off the table and started the first movie before leaning over his lap and grabbing a blanket to cover both of them before resting the popcorn just within arm's reach on the couch. Even when he thought she was settled, she continued to squirm, moving closer to him. He opened up his arm and she rested her head on his shoulder while her legs rested on top of his. She turned to look up at him and wiggled her hips. Comfy? He shifted a bit, leaning a bit further back into the couch, then nodded. Yeah. I think so. Is this what you had in mind? Yep, I knew you would be great at cuddling. She bit her lips looking at him. Wanna know the best part about this position though? What? It's really easy to do this. She twisted upwards just a bit and kissed him. This one lasted longer than the first, and as she pulled away, he chased after her, stealing another embrace. Nejire squealed in delight, her hands pulling on his shirt as she leaned into that stolen embrace. They watched 3 movies that night, and he really didn't know what any of them were about. Waking up, Nejire knew exactly where she was. She was on the couch, covered by a blanket, curled up next to Izuku. Her head rested on his tea and their legs were tangled. Her lips still tingled from that make-out session they had last night. Laying next to Izuku like this was the maximum level of comfort. She didn't even care that her foot was partially out from under the covers. All that really mattered was that Izuku's arms were around her. Sighing into his tea, she moved just that slightest bit closer. They should sleep in today and do absolutely nothing but just cuddle and sleep. That sounded great. Izuku stirred, just a bit, and moved his hand along her back. She could feel him through the shirt she had worn last night, and it was nice. He wasn't the strongest person in the world. Heck, she could probably beat him in an arm wrestling contest. But he was so kind, gentle, and just great. Yeah, great. She heard him say as he stirred more. He was waking up. That probably meant no sleeping in. His hand patted her back again while his other hand slowly let go over her shoulder. She wanted to roll her eyes. What was going through his head this early in the morning? Couldn't he just enjoy this while it lasted? They were basically a couple on Island, and couples cuddled. A lot. At least any relationship she was going to have has a lot of cuddling. She snuggled closer into Izuku and then propped her chin up on his knee, glaring at him. What are you doing? Nejire was, too, just woke up like this. He was stuttering, and he looked really cute with his bedhead. Wait, he always had bedhead, but this was like double bedhead. She stretched her hand out and cupped Izuku's cheek before pulling herself up. She kissed him. What number was this? A lot. She lost count after 4. But there had been a lot more than 4 last night. When her fingers reached his hair, she broke off from the embrace. It was greasy but fun to touch. Izuku, whatever you're nervous about, don't be. Oh, he already relaxed when she kissed him, but his eyes rolled in his head as she played with his hair. His hand returned to the back of her waist, the other brushed through her hair. Then this is okay. A smile crept onto her face and she hummed, tilting her head to one side then the other. This is more than okay, Izuku. It's really nice waking up to you. Really, the only way it could be better is if they were sharing a bed. Oh, that's good. I like it too. He continued to comb her hair as a comfortable silence drew between them. So, now what? Well, going back to sleep feels out of reach right now. So, why don't one of their phones interrupted her? Looking over at the table, it was Izuku's slightly bigger phone vibrating with a picture of a blonde girl on the screen. He was lucky it was Melissa, and that she wasn't the jealous type. Why don't you answer that? She pushed off of him. I'll go take a shower and we can figure out what to do after that. Okay. She gave him a quick embrace and all but skipped to the bathroom. Or rather, she would have skipped had it not been for the fact that she floated the whole way. About halfway into her shower, Izuku knocked on the door. It was a soft knock and that just made her jump all the more. She gasped, placing a hand over her zizi as the warm water poured over her hair completely lathered with shampoo. Yes. That was Melissa, Izuku said just loud enough to be heard. She wants to hang out with me for a bit before the expo starts. I think she wants to talk about Mirio, so do you think we can meet up again later? Sure, she smiled as she sent a bit of her quirk through her hair, quickly removing the shampoo and conditioner. One rinse down, one to go. I'll hang out with Mirio today and then we can meet up later for the fireworks show. Oh yeah, that's tonight. Okay, sounds good. I'll text you. She was so jealous of Izuku's ability to take a shower and be out the door in 5 minutes. Hey there, Melissa. Izuku smiled as he ran up to his little sister. She was sitting at her favorite cafe, a cup of tea already in front of her. How have things been going? She pushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and smiled for a second before it faded. It's going good, and thanks for coming. I wanted to talk to you about some stuff. Okay, I figured as much when you called me out here. He took the seat across from her and placed both hands on the table. Is this about you and Mirio? Her face turned red. Well, kind of, partially, but that can wait for a second. Melissa took a deep breath and sighed. How serious are you with her? Pretty serious, why? The memory from this morning put a smile on his face and he was already looking forward to seeing Nighteye again. Okay, that's good. Well, I just wanted to know how you two got together. Like, how did she tell you or how did you figure it out? Did you tell her? How did it go? How long have you two been a couple? What made you like her and, are you asking so you can tell Mirio how you feel? She jolted in her seat, her face growing even redder by the second. Is it that obvious? Big time. I thought you and Mirio had already talked about this with how you act around him. He leaned back smiling at her. It felt great to finally be in the know about something like this. He likes you, by the way, at least Nighteye says he does. Oh well, that's good. Great, she bit her lip, wiggling in her seat. But, can you please tell me how you and Nighteye got together? It might help me confess to him. I know he's leaving soon, but I just want to let him know how I feel before he leaves. I mean, it's nothing special. Nighteye was the one that told me she had a crush on me and that she was going to make me fall in love with her. She blinked at him. It's not as creepy as it sounds. But it wasn't until recently that we actually got together. And by recently, the night that we got here. So a haul of 2. He shrugged. Sorry, it's not as exciting as you probably thought it was. Melissa just sighed. I'm really not surprised by that at all. She placed her elbow on the table and rested her chin on it. Still, you two are so cute together, I'm almost jealous. Relax, just tell Mirio how you feel, he'll accept your feelings without question. I bet that Nighteye would even tell him to confess. I think he likes you a lot. It was also nice that he trusted Mirio with Melissa. And nice that having a boyfriend in Japan might encourage Melissa to visit him there. What if she needed a place to stay? He needed a better apartment. Oh well, do you know of any support items he could need? I could maybe make him some underwear that works with his quirk. Melissa's face fell. Nighteye stared at Mirio as he stood opposite of her on the thin purple platform that was all that separated them from falling into the water down below. Like the goofball he was, he had his tongue sticking out of his mouth. He was wearing a simple pair of board shorts that barely reached his knees. "Want to make a bet?" she asked, grinning at him. The second day of the expo was far closer to a carnival than she had thought, with there being an aquatic sports arena for the pros to enjoy. It was designed for, well, she didn't really know what it was designed for, but they were using it to have fun. It was a shame that Izuku wasn't the first to see her in her white bikini. She did buy it for him. But messing with Mirio was fun. Mirio flexed on the pole, displaying his greater strength and agility, even going so far as to do a backflip. He was such a show-off. "Are you sure you wish to make a bet with me, Nejire?" "You bet," she smiled at him. "If you fall in the water, you have to ask Melissa out on a date," she said low enough that only Mirio could hear and the crowd of people cheering wouldn't. His eyes went wide and his face went red. So that's how he looked when he was crushing. "Whatever do you mean? I assure you my feelings for Melissa are—" "I never said anything about your feelings," she teased, pointing a finger at him and shot a beam of energy at him just strong enough to poke him. "Just that when you end up taking a dip you have to ask her out, maybe to the fireworks tonight?" An embarrassed Mirio was a sight to behold. Oh my, when had she become so sadistic? "Fine, but if you end up in the water..." Mirio tapped on his chin. "You must clean mine and Tamaki's apartment." She nodded and the light went green, signaling the start of their challenge. She ran towards Mirio and he charged at her. The rules for the contest were simple: first person off the platform lost. No quirks allowed, just a pure fun battle of strength. But she never said anything about winning. Just before Mirio reached her, she darted to the side, her feet leaving the platform as she floated in the air. Mirio's shocked face was priceless as he realized too late, his momentum causing him to slip on the beam. He hit the water pretty strong. The crowd erupted in laughter and they called Mirio as the winner. Because she cheated. So, she fluttered over to him, stopping just over the water and hovering there. "Do you need date ideas?" "That was cheating, Nejire." "Nope, it was clever use of my quirk to get the desired outcome I wanted." She blasted the water next to his face, splashing him a bit. "Okay, fine, it was cheating, but you still went into the wa," he splashed her. Nejire couldn't help but smile as she looked down at Mirio and Melissa laughing, holding hands, and just being absolutely totally adorable on their first actual date. Sure, there had been some reluctance over the distance of their relationship, but the two had a natural chemistry that just put a smile on everyone's face. She really shouldn't be looking at them right now. Her smile only grew as she turned to look at Izuku. He stepped gingerly over to her, holding 2 drinks in his hands. Everything about this trip had been wonderful, and somehow tonight had been that much better. They had had dinner as a couple and had done so many things that just felt right. Now they were moments away from the fireworks show for the closing ceremony of the Expo. It marked the halfway point of their stay here. Soon this dream would have to stop, if only for a little while. Going back would be strong, but she didn't want to put Izuku's job in jeopardy. He was a good teacher, a great teacher. "Something wrong?" Izuku asked, offering her the cup. His smile was soft, warm, and made her aware of her frown. Just looking at him, at the way his green eyes looked at her like she wasn't just special, but special to him, and her smile returned in the blink of an eye. "Oh, just thinking that our vacation is halfway over with." "Oh," Izuku said softly, his face scrunching up as he joined her on the balcony. "Right, I almost forgot about that. I'd love to find some way to stay here. With you. Maybe ask Dave and Melissa to let us stay in my old room." He gave a soft sigh and twirled his drink a bit. "But, I have to join the first years for their summer camps. And I have to report in with Ryuko." She grabbed onto his arm and pulled him into a soft embrace, letting the night air waft over them as she felt him smile into their embrace before pulling away. "That's why we should make the most out of the time we have, right? Or at least enough to satisfy us both for like 8 months. I can agree to that." His arm wrapped around her waist, just as the first of the fireworks whistled into the sky. The whole world seemed to draw silent as the city lights all began to darken, leaving only the stars and the moon to give light. A moment later and the sky lit up in a brilliant red that seemed to twist upwards, and a stem of green extending down towards the horizon, a appealing rose with its petals turned in. Just as those lights faded, they exploded outwards, blooming like an appealing rose that hung in the sky. 2, 3, 4 fireworks flew into the sky, the stem was cut, and an appealing woman with blonde hair was now wearing it in her hair. "Wow," she said breathlessly, watching as that woman shrunk, revealing her blue dress and being joined by a faceless man. They danced and twisted in the air, moving about the entire island. "It's appealing. Not as appealing as you." She felt Izuku's knuckle against her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine as she absolutely melted at his words. The fireworks seemed to stop, and instead just looking at Izuku stole her breath away. The world fell away from her until it was just her and Izuku. The line was cheesy, so very cheesy, but it was the most romantic she had ever heard, and it made her heart do some very funny things. She tried to speak, but could only whisper a laugh as she enjoyed Izuku's touch. When did you become so romantic? Izuku's smile vanished and they were bathed in the light of another set of fireworks, this one in the shape of All Might. Oh, I was just thinking and said that. Apparently, she could get even happier than she had been. With her heart racing and her cheeks flushed, she grabbed his hand and kissed him on the cheek. Make the most of it. 3 days ago, they had started dating. 2, she had kissed him goodnight. 1, and they slept next to each other after a night filled with kissing and giggling. And tonight she was going to be greedy. She wanted everything from him. The moment they had returned from their hotel suite, the magic of the night, the fireworks, the dinner, Izuku being so very sweet, she had started to embrace him. Aggressively. She had him against the wall, her hands fumbling with the buttons of his shirt. His hands were tight on her hips, holding her against him as he returned those mind-numbing kisses. Each one made her want more. A lot more. She knew exactly what they were doing tonight. And it didn't involve that hot tub. She pulled at the button of his green shirt, undoing the top one while her eyes were still locked with his. Another button. Then another. Part of her wanted him to stop her. At least then she'd know her attentions were clear to him. Nejire. His breath was hot and warm against her ear and sent a shiver down her spine. He kissed her cheekbone, which burned with passion. It was like everywhere he was touching had become erogenous. If we don't stop now, I don't think we'll be able to stop. Then don't, she pulled away, looking him in the eye. We've waited long enough, don't you think? We're more than compatible, so, please, if only for tonight, if only for these next few days, don't hold back. There was a pause, and Izuku had stopped, his breath frozen in his heart, and she could feel his heartbeat against her face. She all but screamed when Izuku pulled her towards his room. Their room for the next few days. She kissed him again the moment the door was shut. The remaining few buttons of his shirt were gone, revealing his bare C. His hands worked quickly on her dress, pushing the straps down the side and undoing the buttons on the back. It fell to the floor, revealing the matching white frilly underwear that was borderline lingerie. Wow, Izuku said. He stared at her with a blank look on his face as he just took in her sight. She wasn't embarrassed. If anything, she was emboldened by how dumbfounded he looked. Grabbing his hand with both of hers, she walked back towards the bed, biting her lip in anticipation. You haven't seen anything yet? She spun with him, pushing her sissy against his as she removed the last bit of his shirt and kissed him, holding him against the edge of the bed. He touched her gently, almost as though he was afraid to touch her bare skin. I can touch you, right? He asked softly when they broke the embrace for a moment. Why was he so cute? Laughing, she pushed him onto the bed and looked him in the eyes. That's the point, Izuku. You can even make me more naked. His touch went from gentle to rough as he explored her exposed skin, especially around her waist. Only her BR stopped his hands from moving forward as they continued to embrace on the bed. There was a tug and she thought he might be having problems removing it, then she felt her BR slid free from her back and down her arms. Smiling at him, she took it off and tossed it to the side. They kissed again, her hands tangled in his hair, his were pressed into her BR while the other was grabbing at her butt. It felt so good when he touched her like that. The feral, almost silent groan that escaped Izuku only made her all the more eager for this moment. He was enjoying it too. He was enjoying it a lot. With her on top kissing him, removing his pants was somewhat challenging as she fiddled with his belt. His hands glided along her body down to his belt as he assisted her. Within moments his pants and underwear joined her dress on the ground. And her panties soon after. He was strong, very strong, with a good length and a pleasant shape to him. He was going to feel good inside of her. He groaned when she gave him the lightest touch, feeling how warm and hot he was while looking down at him. His hands were on her hips. You're appealing, Nejire, he said softly, his eyes locked onto hers. As if she wasn't already super horny, he just had to say something like that. You're sweet, Izuku. Are you ready? The slightest nod was all she needed. She maneuvered him into her. The tip piercing her for a second stole her breath away, and as she continued downwards, that stretching sensation that was almost like tearing spread through her. Inch by inch she took him until at long last he was completely inside of her. A perfect fit. Smiling, she felt the pain fade and the pleasure begin. Rocking her hips from side to side, she could feel him touching all the right places inside of her. A groan from Izuku made her bite her lips as his hands continued to knead her melons. Already she could feel an orgasm building inside of her. It was like flying without using her quirk, just floating there, and escaped her. "You feel so good," she said softly, leaning forward while her hips continued to move up and down, his own motions matching her own with careful precision. She kissed him. His lips, his fingers, that part of him that was inside of her, it was also so STMLTNG that she could barely hold back anymore. Her turned into a high-pitched squeal when his hands moved to her hips, increasing both of their paces. With more strength than she thought he had, Izuku sat up, pulling her with him, and continued to bounce her on his hips. The position shifted changed things in a wonderful way. She wrapped her legs around his waist, hands on his shoulders, and her head was flung back in pleasure. He slowed just long enough to embrace her NPL, sucking on it softly before doubling the pace once again, the air cooling her new wet NPL and overwhelming her entire body. With one last squeal, she experienced her first orgasm, only for it to be joined by a second one moments later as she moved to embrace him softly. But still he moved, he was still strong. "Nejire?" Izuku whispered. "I'm going to come. You can come inside." She held on to him, the strength to move fading from her limbs. "I have an IUD, it's fine. Come inside me." He didn't nod, only groaned and increased his pace again. Then she felt his CLMX, her body shaking as he filled her completely. Together they fell back onto the bed, and she rolled off of him with a satisfyingly sloppy plop. She reached over and grabbed his hand, sweat covering their bodies. "That was great, Izuku." She squirmed closer to him, wrapping his arms around her as she hugged his He decided that he wanted to continue to grope her, which was more than fine. "Really, really great." He kissed her on her forehead as they just basked in the afterglow of section. "Now what?" "Well, either we can go take a shower, together, or we can turn on that TV and watch some movies, make out some more, have some more SEC, and then take a shower together." She mewled under his kisses. "Either way, I'm sleeping in your bed tonight." He laughed softly, his hand running up and down her back. "I like the latter." "Me too." Reaching over, she found the remote to the slightly smaller TV in Izuku's room and began to flip through the list of movies, putting on the first one that looked even remotely interesting. Not that they'd be watching much of it. "Hey, Nejire, I was wondering, why do you have butterfly wings on your back?" His fingers brushed over her tattoo, a small reminder of Yuyu's influence on her life. Well, not really. Yuyu had told her not to do it, or to get something smaller, but she had wanted the wings. "They're fairy wings, I got them when I learned to fly, as a reminder of how much you influenced me." She nuzzled up against him, kissing him softly and feeling that tingle go up and down her spine. His kisses were so addictive. "Do you like them?" He laughed into a sigh. "Yeah, I do, they really suit you. You know, once we get on that plane, we'll have to pretend this never happened." Nejire took 2 steps away from him, bounced and smiled at him, though that smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "So I hope you're ready, sensei." Izuku groaned, his alarm clock blaring at him as he woke up in his apartment. He had expected to see Nejire there, curled up in his arms and smiling at him as she had woken up first. Her long blue hair wrapped around his arms before she woke him up with a soft, tender embrace, promising him a bright and wonderful day. Instead, he woke up alone. The late August heat already invading his apartment this early in the morning. Another scorching hot day. Thankfully, UA had advanced AC installed that made them forget how hot it was outside. It didn't do a lot during quirk training. Maybe he should just make Shoto stand next to him or something. Groaning, he sat up and held back a yawn while checking his phone. No new messages. Things really were back to how they were. He didn't really miss Island before their visit, but now he was missing it badly, if only to have Nejire there with him. That week he had spent with her had been something else. It flew by before he even knew it, And now time seemed to drag on as he waited for her to graduate. She was right, it was strong to go back to the way things were before then. Really strong. He just couldn't see her as a student anymore, she had made sure of that. So, now he had to pretend that nothing happened over their trip to Island. It was easier said than done. Once fully dressed, he made his way to U8, somehow enduring the summer heat along the way. Most of his students looked to be suffering just as much as he was on his way back to campus. Standing in front of the campus he smiled, enjoying the buzz of the place. He wasn't late for once, so at least he had that going for him. Now to have another day full of teaching future students and developing quirks. Such as teaching Shoto how to just make a blast of frigid wind to cool the whole class down. Good morning Izuku-sensei, a chill ran down his spine as Nigire skipped past him. She looked happy like she wasn't struggling at all to forget about what happened. I'll see you in class later. Hey Nigire wait, Yu ran up panting. She stopped right beside him. Her hair looked like the sky at sunset ranging from purple to orange. This is your fault Izuku-sensei, you just had to turn her into a stamina freak for her quirk? Sorry, Yu, I just did what would help her become a great hero the most. He laughed with her. Besides, that's just part of what makes Nigire so cute, isn't it? She's just a non-stop ball of energy. Yeah, I guess you're right. Still she's harder to keep up with now. See you later Izuku-sensei. Yu ran off chasing after Nigire. The two laughing as they entered the building. Seeing Nigire always put a smile on his face. Hell, seeing any of his students did that. But it was easy to forget about everything when he was with her. It was like nothing even mattered. Part of him was worried that she was trying to avoid him, but really she was just acting like nothing had changed between them. It was impressive, really. He wanted to know her thoughts and feelings whenever they crossed paths. Oh my, Namuri Kiyama, the pro hero known as the 18+ only hero, Midnight, laughed as she walked up behind him, her high-heeled boots giving her the extra inch to loom over him. She was dressed in her usual skin-tight suit that was just as obscene as it was questionable. Seriously, but considering how 3 of the other pro-hero teachers walked around shirtless, she wasn't the worst offender. Just the sexiest. You have that look in your eyes, Midoriya-sensei. The hair on the back of his neck stood on edge when she purred his name. He had been subject to her teasing since he was first taken on as a teacher, and once Nigire had made her feelings known to him they had less of an effect. But she could still get to him easily. Oh, good morning Kayama-sensei, and what look would that be? She smiled and let out a sigh, and wiggled about before resting her arm on his shoulder, pulling him into a hug. Casual, meaningless displays of affection were Namuri's game. The look of young love, my young sensei. The question is which one of our young students has captured your heart? CV, how did she find out? What was she going to do? This was it, this was how he lost his job, wasn't it? His class was already questionable, but if word got out that he was in a relationship with Nigire, then there was no way that he'd be allowed to stay on. He'd have to go back to Island, which really wouldn't be that bad, but he wanted to teach. I don't know what you're talking about, Kayama-sensei. It's Nigire, isn't it? You two are rather close after all. You really should see how you smile at her, it almost makes me jealous. Were they really going to have this conversation in public? Right in front of the school gates? She's just one of my... Izuku, really, you need to relax. You're like what, 3 years older than her? That's nothing, my last boyfriend was younger than you. And he was a former student. Namuri let her hands slide down his back and she winked at him. You two would make a cute couple. Just make sure you hold off until she graduates. Sensei, his eyes were torn from Namuri's gleeful glare to see Nigire flying towards him at top speed. Oh my, I made her jealous, Namuri teased, shaking his shoulder as she took a step back. Sensei, Nigire laughed, flying around him like a hummingbird inspecting a flower before she slowed down enough to land. Can you supervise us at the pool tomorrow? We need permission to do water training. But really we just want to have fun at the pool, and it's going to be so hot tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is Saturday. Why are you asking me? Because I know you'll say yes, and you'll only make us work a little bit before we can just relax and enjoy the pool. He tried to ignore Namuri's laughter. If you fill out the request form and put it on my desk, I'll supervise it. But I do expect some actual swimming practice. I know. Thanks, Sensei. I'll go get you to put your name on the form. Nijire laughed flew around him, and then sped off towards the building. Oh my, she certainly has you wrapped around her finger, doesn't she? Namuri laughed. You know, if you need backup tomorrow I could show up. That way you'd have something more appropriate to ogle. Are you flirting with me, or is that just a part of your personality? I wonder, she sighed, pushing her long black hair back behind her back and strutted towards the building. We'll talk later, Izuku. Incoming, Mirio shouted as he leaped nearly a foot out of the water and then spiked down the volleyball onto the other side of the net. And right into his face. Izuku twirled as water, air, the ball, and a bit of his own BLD splattered about him. He blinked, the chlorinated water stinging just a bit as he looked at the legs of some of his students before swimming back up. His nose hurt a lot. Why on earth was he playing water sports with future heroes? Sensei, sorry, he heard Mirio shout. I didn't mean to hit you in the face. Shaking his head, he bounced 1 foot on the bottom of the pool and touched his nose. He looked at his fingers. Yep, that his BLD, it's fine, Mirio, but I think that's my cue to take a break and let you guys have your fun. You heard the man, Namuri shouted from the dry, safe land next to the pool. Her bathing suit was tasteful in that it was a one-piece and only showed off a bit of her cleavage. It wasn't even the most revealing one at the Nejire, be a dear and assist Izuku Sensei with the first aid kit, and let's move on to the next round. The game's all tied up after all. Before he could protest, Nejire darted under the water using her quirk as deftly as she could on land to swim around and appear next to him. The title of most revealing outfit belonged to Nejire, who was wearing a very tasteful white bikini that showed off her curves and reminded him of the time they had spent on an island. It was the same bikini he had taken off of her at least twice, once in the hot tub. Come on, Sensei, let's go make sure your nose isn't broken. Nejire smiled at him and grabbed his arm, easily pushing both of them through the water with her quirk until they arrived at the steps. He looked towards Namuri, who was smiling at him and even winked. He wasn't sure if she was an ally or if she was just using him to have fun. Probably both. I'm fine, Nejire, you can keep. She pinched his arm. Come on, Izuku, we can talk for a bit. That got him to be silent. She didn't call him sensei. What did that mean? He allowed Nejire to lead him to a benched shaded area where the first aid kit was located. They were still in view of the pool, but chances are no one would be able to hear them, so it should be fine. He watched her crack open the case and pull out a cloth to wipe away his BLD. She was careful and diligent in her treatment of him. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? He asked despite the BLD still dripping from his nose. Stuff, Nejire hummed. Her smile was soft and full of delight. Mostly about how I missed you. It's a lot harder for me than I thought it would be. Is it wrong that makes me happy? Only if it's wrong that makes me happy. She stuck out her tongue as she applied some kind of paste to his nose as the BLD came to a stop. Then the bandage. But really, it's so frustrating when I see you and you do something that makes me want to embrace you or hold your hand. What do I do that makes you do that? I can stop. It only really happens you're being you. Nejire smiled, pressing the band-aid across his nose. She closed the first aid kit and pushed it to the side. And I don't want you to stop being you. So I'll just have to learn to deal with it. Oh, well, thanks. So Nejire was suffering just as much as he was. That was good. Or bad. Strong to really gauge these things. So don't make it harder by flirting with Kayama Sensei, or anybody else. She huffed, crossing her arms over her sea and pouting. I get jealous and it's frustrating. That's just Kayama Sensei though, she'd flirt with her own reflection. And you don't have to worry about her, I think she's rooting for us. Nejire gasped, turning to look towards him, fear going through her eyes. She knows. Not really, she said that we'd make a cute couple and that I should wait to try anything until after you graduate. Which is the plan. Or they could just end up somewhere private. That'd be nice. Apparently she's dated several former students of hers. Oh, good to know you won't get fired when we start dating when I finally graduate. Nejire smiled, moving her hand over to his, and letting her pinky rest over his pinky. It wasn't much, but for right now, it would do. 3 more months. She could do 3 more months easy. It was like as easy as flying. Simple, easy, and Nejire huffed, pressing her face into her pillow and kicking her legs again. She wanted to do stuff with Izuku like hold his hand and embrace him and just spend alone time with him or something. She spun and flopped onto her back, bouncing like a fish out of water. It was cold. She wanted Izuku to cuddle with her and make her feel warm. How had they managed to hold back so far? According to Yuyu, it was a miracle that they both hadn't lost interest. She knew Izuku hadn't, not with the way he looked at her. Those subtle glances he gave her whenever he thought no one else was looking, those wonderful smiles that were just for her. Winter vacation had just begun and her train ride to see her parents wasn't until tomorrow. Maybe Izuku wasn't doing anything. And she could just show up. There wasn't anything wrong with a student showing up to wish her teacher a Merry Christmas was there. But she'd have to bring him a gift or something, right? Why didn't she have a gift for him already? Oh right, trying not to look like they were a couple, and she didn't give him a gift last year. But he didn't get her a gift either, so it was fine. Besides, she just wanted to see him. I'm going to do it. She sat up and then rolled forward, grabbing her phone off the charger, and then bouncing out the door. Then back in to grab her jacket. It was way too cold. Her jacket was a cute red one that had white fluffy bits on it and was really warm. Yuyu had picked it out for her. She looked like a young Santa's helper as she half-walked, half-floated out of the complex. She stopped by her mailbox, checking it for idle curiosity. A plain white envelope that was addressed to her in Izuku's handwriting sat there all alone. Did he send her something? By mail? That was like prehistoric old school. Oh, if I send him mail we can be like secret pen pal lovers? Opening it, she saw that it held a single piece of paper and a necklace. The necklace was a silver chain that held a small deep blue gem that looked like it was a star. Was it real? Was it glass? Plastic? Why'd he give it to her? Why what? With the necklace still wrapped in her hand, she unfolded the paper and read it to herself. Nejire, I know it's not much, but I wanted to give this to you. As a thank you for just making my life brighter. I hope that this can make your Christmas just the smallest bit brighter. I'll be cheering you on, watching as you fly to new heights and shine brightly. I hope the next piece of jewelry I give you is a ring. Sent it? The words hit her after a moment, her heart going crazy as she let that last sentence really sink in. A ring. When she graduated. A ring. Or a ring that meant something more. Was it a promise ring? Marriage ring? Was that too fast? That was way too fast, right? No, it wasn't. They'd been dating for months now. Sure, it was a little fast, but it was fine. And she'd like Izuku for over a year now, so it was fine for her to think that it was okay. But what was he thinking? She stood there shaking as her cheeks felt warm against the cold winter air. There was no doubt that she was blushing up a storm, and she probably had some goofy-looking smile on her face. With a huff, she pushed the letter into her pocket and marched right back up to her apartment. That JRK giving me something like that when I can't even repay him properly. She was going to go buy him a present, and then shower him in kisses, a lot of kisses, so many kisses it would make up for the past few months, and then some. All the kisses she didn't call him ahead of time. She probably should have, just to make sure that he was home. He did say that he was just going to be staying home during the holidays and that he wouldn't be doing much, besides missing her, so it was fine to show up at his apartment unannounced. Tapping on his door, she swung her arms back and forth, patiently waiting for him. When the door opened, instead of a messy green-haired Izuku who was probably in the middle of eating ramen and looking halfway like a bum, a green-haired woman that was shorter than her looked at her with a confused expression. "Hello, can I help you?" The woman asked in a calm, yet confused voice. Is Izuku here?" she asked, pushing back a couple strands of her hair and smiling. What should she say? That she was his girlfriend? His student? His basically unofficial fiancé, with that stupid letter that she was still blushing and smiling about. Oh, you must be Nejire. Melissa told me so much about you. I can't believe my son kept you a secret from me, but he's always been rather quiet about things like that." The woman grabbed her hand and smiled. "I'm Inko, Izuku's mother. Please come in, we were just about to have dinner. Why don't you join us?" Before she could protest, Izuku's mother dragged him into his apartment. It looked cleaner than the last time she had been in here. Not that Izuku was a slob, at least not by her standards, but there wasn't the usual chaos. "I've been bugging my son to introduce you to me since this morning, but he's been so reluctant." Inko hummed as she led her into the very well-organized living room, and standing in the kitchen that joined that room was a red-faced Izuku, currently stirring a bowl of something. "Oh, hi, Nejire," he said with his face red. "I see you met my mother. She decided to come stay with me for a few days just so that she could meet you." "Of course I did," Inko smiled, waving her hand at Izuku. "I wouldn't give up a chance to meet my potential future daughter. Besides, your father was busy with work, so I didn't want to spend Christmas alone. Now tell me, Nejire, are you going to be spending Christmas with my Izuku?" "No, I mean I'd like to, but I'm leaving tomorrow to go spend it with my parents." Ideally, she'd be spending her holiday with Izuku up at someplace where they could have a lot of privacy that nobody knew who they were and wouldn't mind them doing couple things. "I really just came here to give him my gift and to, embrace him silly." But meeting his mother was fine too. This was Izuku's mom and she knew that they were dating. "Oh, your name's Inko, right? Do you have a quirk? Does your husband have curly hair?" "Izuku's hair is really curly but yours is pretty straight." "Oh, what do you do? Why do you live in the States? What state do you live in? Do you like flying? Oh, what's your favorite tea? Do you like hot chocolate?" "Oh my." Inko laughed, swatting her hands at the questions like they were flies. She gave a soft laugh and looked towards her son. "You weren't kidding when you said she asked a lot of questions, dear." "Yeah," Izuku laughed from the kitchen, placing down the bowl he was stirring and walked out to greet them. "She just likes to know things. It's one of the reasons why I like her so much." Admitting that to her was one thing, but in front of his own mother she froze. Whatever question was halfway to her mouth froze, causing all others to crash in her mind. Her face turned red. "Izuku, what? You do?" He walked over to her, his face looked as red as hers felt. But just looking at him made that seem to not matter. "I know, but you didn't have to tell your mom about it." She crossed her arms, pouting. She still really wanted to embrace him. "Oh my, Melissa really didn't do you justice when she said how cute you were. But she was right with how happy you make my Izuku." Inko sat down at the kotatsu that was the centerpiece of the living area and buried her hands under the blanket. "Come now, join me for a bit, and Izuku, why don't you bring us some tea?" Sure." Before he walked away, Izuku squeezed her shoulder and smiled at her as though she was about to head off on some dangerous mission. "I guess you want me to finish up dinner too?" "Yes please, thank you dear." Inko smiled. Nejire sat across from her, thankful for the warmth coming out from the kotatsu, and smiled at the small woman. She was really cute in a motherly way and she reminded her of her own mother, although a bit less bubbly. "Now then, Nejire dear, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind." "Not at all, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm really glad to have met you." "Likewise." Now then, the room grew 10 degrees colder as Inko's smile vanished. "Can you please explain to me how you managed corrupting my Izuku so that he'd think dating one of his students was a good idea?" "Mom, hush, you think I didn't know. Your father and I both watched the sports festival. She came in second right next to that boy Melissa likes." Inko shot a glare at her son that sent a shiver down her spine. "But I wasn't asking you, I was asking her." Somehow, this small, kind-looking woman was 100 times scarier than the biggest villain she had ever faced off against. And like twice as scary as Ryuko. She swallowed, so much for kissing Izuku and not getting caught. She bowed her head, nearly reaching the table. "Please don't tell anyone I'll stop seeing him. I don't want Izuku to lose his job." "I'm not going to tell anyone, nor do I want you to stop seeing him. I can tell that you make him happy and that he thinks the world of you." Inko folded her hands in front of her face, waves of pure menace pouring out of her despite the kind words. "I just wish to understand." "Well, that was good. I sort of started to like Izuku over a year ago. It wasn't really any one thing, and it had nothing to do with him being my teacher. Well, not exactly. I realized I just liked talking to him, and I thought he was cute, and then I kind of started to get feelings for him. A few months later I told him my feelings." She took a breath and calmed herself. Why was answering this question so strong? He was reluctant and said that we couldn't because he was my teacher. I told him I was going to wait until I graduated to do anything with him, but that I'd spend the whole year trying to make him fall in love with me. She gave a hollow laugh and ran a hand through her hair. "I guess it worked a little too well because by the time we went to Island, I had a feeling he liked me and I didn't want to wait anymore, so I told him that while we were on the island, I wasn't his student. And we kind of started dating then." She held up both hands in front of her face and waved them defensively. But we haven't done anything since we got back. I don't want Izuku to lose his job. He's a great teacher, and I know I shouldn't be spending time with him like this, but I love him. A pair of arms wrapped around her and she found Izuku hugging her from behind. Nejire. Inko took a sip of tea. When did that get there? And then smiled. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to accept. Now then, why don't you tell me more about yourself, Nejire? That was a close one. Maybe they should have been a bit more careful. It was official. She was now a full-grade pro hero with a diploma, and that meant that she could do so many things like solo work, join on full-time with an agency, abuse the fact that she can fly by saying she's on patrol, and any number of things that were related to being a hero. And while all those things were absolutely fantastic, she was far more excited about what the diploma meant. She was no longer a student at UA. She was a graduate, which meant she was no longer a student of Izuku. Now she could date him in public and do a bunch of other couple stuff like hold hands, cuddle, go to the movies, embrace, maybe even sleep in the same bed. Nejire gasped, spinning in the air as she held onto her diploma, trying really strong not to break out into a fit of giggles. She hadn't let go of it since she had gotten it last night at the graduation ceremony. She had wanted to immediately rush over to Izuku the moment she got it, but that would be almost as bad as kissing him a month ago at school. No, she had to wait and do it when he wasn't at work. Which he wasn't right now because it was spring break and she was going to ambush him at his apartment and do something couple-related like just cuddling and holding hands. Now that they had all the time in the world to be a couple, she wasn't going to rush anything like she did when they were at Island. Probably, she might just be so excited to see him that she latches onto him, and then oops, he's shirtless. Floating down in front of Izuku's door, she knocked on it and hummed, waiting for him to answer the door. No such luck. She had the right apartment number, didn't she? Where was he? Was he out drinking with Sir again? Or maybe he was just getting groceries. She should have told him she was coming over. Darn it. So much for a surprise. She pulled out her phone and called him. 2 rings and he picked up. Oh, hey Nejire, babe. Sweetie. What should I call you now? Rolling her eyes, she smiled and moved over to the railing that separated his 3rd-floor apartment from a drop to the small courtyard down below. I'm at your apartment, wondering where you are. I want to show you my diploma and embrace and stuff. Oh, you wanted to do that today. Sorry, I thought I had a bit more time before you wanted to come over. I wanted to surprise you, but I moved into a new apartment. Izuku laughed from over the phone. It's a bit bigger and a lot nicer. What? Why'd you move out of your old place? She turned and looked at the building. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't really the worst either. It was just cheap. Besides the fact that it was smaller than mine and a dump. Well, I was just thinking that we'll probably be spending a lot more time together, and my lease was up, and well, why don't you just come over? I think you'll like it. He sounded cute from the way he was mumbling about it. Sure, text me the address and I'll fly over. Sure. Talk to you soon. Yep, see you. Okay, texting the address as soon as we hang up. Dork. She hung up, sticking her tongue out, and waited for the message. A couple of seconds later and she received the text from Izuku, her phone showing the location on the map with the flick of her finger. In half a heartbeat she was flying towards Izuku's new apartment. If only there was a map app that was for people that could fly. His new apartment was a bit further away from UH, but with trains, it might be a shorter commute. When she saw the area she couldn't help but smile. It wasn't extravagant by any means, but it was nice. She saw Izuku standing in front of his apartment on the top floor. Now all she had to do was resist the urge to fly in and embrace him. They could do that now. She spun in, just slowing down enough so that when she collided with him he could catch her. Their lips met as her legs wrapped around his waist while she grabbed onto his back. Izuku responded instantly, even as he stumbled back for a moment. So much for taking things slow. They parted, laughing at the energy of that embrace, her feet falling to the ground while she held onto his shoulders. I might have been waiting a long time to do that. Me too, Izuku laughed, hands still on her waist. I was getting really worried we might slip up towards the end. So, what was the real reason why you decided to get a new apartment? She asked, moving a hand to grab his. They didn't have to hide anymore. Not now, not ever again. Izuku smiled and opened the door for her. A few boxes sat in the modest living/dining room fusion that was comfortably spacious, and his tiny TV looked all but microscopic against the wall. But it was nice. Just a bit much for one person. Well, since we'll be spending a lot of time together, I figured that we could use some more space. He paused and gestured towards the inside. And I was kind of hoping that you'd maybe be staying here with me. She gasped and swatted him on the thigh, smiling at the thought. Izuku, we don't have to rush, we can let this relationship progress naturally. So let's take it slow and really get to know each other. I didn't mean to rush, I'm just really happy to start spending time with you. He almost looked like a kicked puppy. An adorable, smart, green-haired puppy that was really good at kissing, cuddling. And section, well hey, why don't we go on a date? We can go eat somewhere and just do date stuff. Ooh, that's a good idea. She leaned up to embrace him one more time. Or we can go a break in your new bedroom. Actually, it'll be the first time in your bed PRD. But I think a nice day relaxing inside, making out a lot, and probably being naked is exactly the kind of date we need. What happened to taking things slow? Izuku asked before pressing into her and kissing her along the neck. We'll take things as they come. Nighteye moved in 3 weeks later when she discovered that she no longer got student rates at her old apartment. 3 years later, they got married on island.